Go ahead and call the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners special budget meeting to order on this 22nd day of June. I'd like to welcome everyone here. We've got some visitors here again through this budget process. Want to welcome you all here. Just ask, we have a lot of people in the room. If you need to chat amongst yourself, if you'll just step out of the room so that we can keep the meeting moving forward and the commissioners can kind of hear what's happening up here. But thank you for being here. This time we'll go ahead and have the invocation and pledge of allegiance, and I'll ask Vice Chairman Jones to bring us.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for allowing us to serve our community, and we just ask that today things will be done in decency and order. We ask for safety for those that serve, from our first responders to all those that are military, and also for our teachers, educators, and just everyone that is a first responder, and even those of our families. We ask that you keep our children safe as they are out of school, and even those that are in college. We ask that our community leaders will be lifted up to be able to walk in their assigned plan and purpose. And Lord, again, we just thank you for allowing us to be here so that we too, each and every one of us, can be a contribution to our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll move to item 2, approval of the agenda. County Manager Greer, any additions to the agenda?
No, there are no additions to the agenda, Chairman Deviere.
Commissioners, other changes or requests on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask for approval of the agenda. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, I move that we approve the agenda for June 22nd for today's meeting, 1 o'clock p.m.
Second. Got a motion to approve the agenda as presented. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
At this time, board, the clerk sent it out earlier to you, but a timing issue. Just ask for the next item, approval of proclamation honoring Board of Education Chairwoman Musgrave. That proclamation should be in your emails. Any questions or comments on that item? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, I move that we have an approval for proclamation honoring Board of Education Chairwoman Judy Musgrove.
Second. Got a motion to approve the proclamation. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right. County Manager, at this time we'll go ahead and move to what we're calling our parking lot items. Board, we have just to review some of the key parking lot items that we need to work through. The thought is all staff has presented us all the information they have sent between the last meeting and today. They have provided an enormous amount of information, so we can, if there's questions on that information, we can address that now. But we're going to need to move through the COLA discussions. We're going to need to move through discussions around positions, staffing, in DSS. We're going to need to talk about finalize the debt model, and that's just, there's really only one point there. And then we're going to look at the community funding request. Also, board, you should have gotten an email from me. I sent it out yesterday, I believe, or maybe this morning, as just a reminder. Sent you the community funding request. Just asked you to bring your top 15. So that we could try to move through that community funding request as expeditiously as possible. We also have some discussion around some of the additional positions in code enforcement and Board of Educations and in the judiciary, and then also a question around operators in 911. The couple of the programs that we have to make decisions on today, and I'm just giving all these items to you. We have the Connected Care program, which has been brought back up. We have the FSU Hub funding, the COG funding, the HOPE program funding, barbershop program, the Uber program. We received information around the justice services positions, which I asked for. Also, board, I will add one other thing. Based on the Fayetteville Cumberland County Youth Council is paid from Parks and Rec. That needs to be moved to general fund based on our discussions around Parks and Rec dollars and the use of those dollars. So that would need to be moved as well. So that's a list of the items that we need to some open items that are still for discussion. We need to finalize. I know we had a discussion around it, but there's some questions around the Crown funding debt model. And then just to confirm a couple things in Parks and Rec. I know we confirmed the tax rate. We want to talk a little bit more about CIP. I know we don't have refinement on CIP yet because we don't have the actual dollars. We need to talk about the funding of Arnett Park as well, because if we're going to move that outside of, if it's going to be a Cumberland County asset, then we'll have to look at that funding. And then also, there's still conversations around the courthouse security, and if we're going to do anything with that. My understanding is that we are waiting for the sheriff to come back from additional information, so we may not need to talk about that. And then we've covered the Unhoused Support Center and talked about PSAP. And then lastly, board, there's still conversation with board members about looking at a 1 cent reduction on tax options. And so the will of the board if we want to look at that. So those are the things we've got to get through. We can tackle it in a couple ways. I think we tackled the general fund dollars, and so when we talk about general fund, that's going to be the COLA and these programs or general government, so to speak, but not general fund. We can look at the programs as well as the departments as well. So, board, did I miss anything? I think I've tried to capture it, and I spent some time this weekend trying to pull it all back together to make sure we had everything. Does anybody have anything that we may have missed or you would like to add at this point? You have a question, Vice Chairman? You're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It might already be in here, but I do have some questions in regards to ARP dollars and where some of those fundings are going. I would like to add that on there. I was at our last meeting, no doubt it was going in and out. That was one of the particular areas when Mr. Tybont was giving information. It kind of went in and out the signal because I was joining virtually, but I do have a question in regards to allocation of our ARP dollars. I do believe that, which I have no problem with, that some of that money was being allocated, I think, before my signal went out and came back in to the Sheriff's Department, which is fine, but I thought I heard something about a pause on some ARP money, so I just want to go through that and see what's on hold for our ARP dollars and what some intentions are to use for some of that resources of fundings. Yes, indeed. As far as, how much money we do have in ARP and the intentions of what we are planning on doing with some of that money. I want to revisit that. Sure do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vaughn, are you prepared to walk through that?
I can.
No slides.
I can talk to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so board, because that's a review of something we've already looked at, let's go ahead and have the conversation around that, and then we'll move to general government, because the freed up capacity dollars feed into a lot of this program dollars that we're looking at when we talk about these different programs and items. So, Mr. Vaught, if you can go through that piece for us again.
I can, and thank you for the question. So just to kind of reiterate some of the information, Vice Chairwoman, we have two different pots of money that I think we colloquially refer to as freed capacity.
Okay.
Typically, we're talking about Section 3.2. So there was $38.8 million that we utilized for staff salary. And so staff who were hired after March 3rd, 2021 through December 31st, 2024,
through a formula, were able to capture some of their salary and benefits. Because we budget salaries at 100%, that then created freed up capacity within the general fund. So over the life of ARPA, going back to 2021, it's been a total of $38.8 million. And then through the ARP committee, when the ARP committee was active, and then also through board action, there's been various projects that were established through those fundings. And so I'll talk about the $38.8 million first. So from that, we have $1,050,294 worth of programs that have been completed, and that is the Community Paramedics Program, the Cape Fear Defibrillator AED Program, the Fayetteville Cumberland Regional Entrepreneur and Business Hub, FSU Hub, the Homeless Prevention Stabilization Voucher Program, and then the Robbins Middle Security Fence, as well as the Public Utilities Transponder Project. So those are the ones that have been funded and completely expended. Then we move on to, I tried to break this into a list we could follow. We have projects in progress. And so we have about 30 plus projects that have been earmarked by the board. There's been a budget amendment done to allocate funding there. We have a total of $22.1 million.
I'm sorry, you said 30 projects?
I'm a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So there's 21 on this list, but there's like 35 in all.
Okay.
So those in progress, I labeled it in progress because there's been money expended against the program so far. Doesn't mean it's been completely expended, but there's been at least $1 or more spent against it, or there's an encumbrance like a contract or a purchase order that's been applied. So there's $22.1 million that's been budgeted through, I think I did this as of the 16th of June. Through the 16th of June, there was $12.1 million expended, and so that will leave a remaining balance of $9.9 million. And so there was a question during the meeting, of these programs, what is going to be available at the conclusion of each one of the programs. And my response was that there are some of these that are slated to end. There's some some pilots that were slated to end, but I won't be able to provide a definitive or concrete number until all this is closed out post probably like July, August, when we stop drawing from this. And there will need to be a reappropriation in the FY27 budget to identify what is truly remaining in these funding lines. From there, I went into freed capacity projects that have been allocated, but there have not been any expenditures. And I highlighted, so there's $14.1 million there, no expenditures. But I highlighted the medical school for Cape Fear Methodist. There's $1 million there. You all considered a contract at the June 15th board meeting that was approved. So those are dollars that will fund that contract for medical school aid. And then there is a Robbins Middle Phoenix Place capital project ordinance. This board approved in, I think it was April 13th, a separate capital project ordinance to fund that particular construction for that property. And then also on June 15th, this board approved a contract for, the contract came through for the home housing, yeah. So $494,208 for a provider contract for Mena Dream Center for the pre-opening of the unhoused support center. But there's several other items on there that will be looked at, I think, very soon in August, September, based on what the board's pleasure is on how these projects will move forward. From there, I talked about the community funding, and so we had, after all this was allocated, we had $1.5 million left in our unallocated balance for freed capacity, and I earmarked $1.4 million there based on the board's direction at the work session in early May that we wanted to use the 1.4 of unallocated for that. So that leaves a remaining balance of $134K in unallocated freed capacity. And then I just briefly spoke about the other pot of freed capacity. We had revenue replacement. So the federal U.S. Treasury allowed us to either do a formula of our loss in revenue or to do a standard allocation. We chose a standard allocation of $10 million. And so from that, the board allocated two separate projects. One was a generator project for $1.8 million, and the other one was a retention incentive program for county staff for $8.2 million. And so that retention incentive was a $4,000 retention incentive for full-time employees, and there was a proration for part-time employees. But that was $4,000, and it was paid across three pay periods. $1,500, $1,000, $1,500 in July, December, and June, 22 and 23. And then the last item I covered was the allocation, the ARPA allocation has generated interest for the past 6 years. And so we typically, at the end of the audit, when everything's posted, we come back and do a transfer for interest. And so the interest is through FY21 through FY25. And so that number is $1,855,939,000. And so that was the main bulk of what I presented on Thursday.
Okay, thank you. And just one follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Thanks,
Sure.
and I appreciate that. Thank you for the information. So if it were to be the board's pleasure, when we speak of the 1.5 million unallocated, as well as the 1.4 million, for instance, when we get to that in the presentation, I know that we were discussing, we may or may not cut things such as, for instance, the Uber program, and also that of the, which for the Public Health Department, and I do believe it was the Community Connection Program. Would these, again, if it was the board's pleasure, this money that we spoke of could qualify to keep from cutting a program if the board's pleasure choose to do so? We could use some of these allocations, could we not, if the board's pleasure to do so?
If it's the board's pleasure, I would say there are some other funding requests that have come through, and so I think that's something that will be covered today, and then whatever the board's pleasure is, then we will allocate it as the board sees fit.
And then one follow-up, and the same with, if not out of that 1.5 million unallocated, just again, trying to see how we can reserve or save programs that are definitely helping to our community. The 9.9 million, you did state that some of the ending pilot programs, although I know that we haven't gotten to the end of that, some of that pool of money set aside could possibility, if the board's pleasure, could be utilized to perhaps save some of those programs as well? Is that, I'm just want to establish that and being transparent for the listening audience, our community. There are possibilities that for ARPA money, since I used to be the chair of the committee before it was dismantled, people are still asking me a lot of these questions. I want to assure, though, these funding dollars, if the pleasure of the board, is a possibility consideration to be utilized. There's no reason why we couldn't if we chose to, correct?
The board can surely always allocate or reallocate funds. One thing I'll add to that is typically when a program has come to an end, like it's been a pilot program, what I've done is bring that back to the board, and the board has assigned that to the unallocated balance.
Right.
But of course, it's the board's pleasure.
But I'm saying yes, but I'm stating that's what you were stating. 9.9 is in that pool of money. In the event if it ended, we could utilize it perhaps for those other programs that I spoke of that are being considered to may or may not be capped.
Yes, ma'am. Now, there's a lot of programs there.
Right.
But yes, ma'am.
I was just using those
Yes, ma'am.
examples to clarification. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, and thank you for updating me on that, and I just wanted to make sure I had those numbers right. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. And some of the items that I walked through are potential sources, that potentially would be sources of funding for some of these programs that I mentioned earlier. All right, board, we're going to go ahead and we'll go ahead and I think the easiest thing is go ahead and look at the COLA side and have discussions around that. So we had several different scenarios. Is there any thoughts around that? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One follow-up before we move on.
Sure.
Should the board take it to mean that if we don't take action on an item in the parking lot as we discuss it, that action is already completed and we moved on from that? Or would there be a time that we'll review to see if it's the will of the board to take action?
So I'm gonna, actually, I just sent to the printer the parking lot list, so we can all have it in front of us. Thank you.
And for example, Mr. Chairman, like the ARP discussion we just had, would it be the position of the chair that if we don't move to reallocate funding or look to do that now, that we're going to leave the allocation the way it is?
So twofold. One, the board didn't take action on the allocated dollars that are already there. We already took action on that. There was no movement, no change to any of those programs that were there, from the farmer's market to the Wi-Fi benches that I asked about. We said we're not changing any of the allocation. The freed up, the remaining that is there is part of what we can use for, thank you, things like the HUB program or HOPE program or those types of things. So, is that clear that up?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Pass like that. So, board, these are the items that I just went through, verbally, or just so you have them in front of you. So again, the debt model, we have two things to look at in the debt model: the FTCC capital, which we were asked to, and I think Ms. Kutz is ready to, we're ready to talk. Did I get the wrong one?
She ready. Look at
No,
her.
not now. And then school capital, the construction, 610 or 4460. And then you can see the general government, really it's not general fund, but general government, COLA, community funding, the items around the department's request, the DSS dollars, and I outlined the DSS director's recommendation that she briefed us on and her ask, as well as the vice chairwoman's ask, because it married. And then you can see the program funding that I just spoke to, FSU Hub, COG, all the way down through, Connected Care. The Justice Services positions is a question that I asked last week about, that was provided to us as well. And then, so those are the items that are in the parking lot that we need to, the funding parking lot that we need to resolve today. So, and then the sources of funding, I mean, let the staff determine those sources of funding, because some of them may be ARP, some of them may be, or not ARP, freed up capacity, or they may be other sources. So, again, so my intent, we can take it from top to bottom, or we can start looking at the general government through the COLA side. Does the board have a pleasure on how they want to tackle it? Do we want to just go ahead and knock out the debt side to be done with it? There's two decisions we have to make, or do we want to go ahead and move into general government?
Just start at the top.
All right, let's go. Let's start with the debt model. If we can go ahead and start with FTCC and provide the update that was here. We have President Sorrells here. Also, I'd like to recognize him if there's any specific questions around this, much like when Superintendent Bracey was here to answer any questions we may have, if the team can't answer them.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So Fayetteville Tech has a request for a construction of a new Cumberland Hall, $42 million, and requested for us to add that to our debt model. So what we did as of Friday was we are putting that in our general government debt model, and we are reducing if you remember the last time we spoke, we had $265 million in building improvements for Cumberland County, and we have reduced that, or our intention is to reduce that to $223 million so we can make room for FTCC's Cumberland Hall. One of the questions that came out of the discussion Thursday was whether that facility was going to be built on the same space that the current building resides, and it's not. They're going to move over to another spot on campus and I guess eventually tear down the current Cumberland Hall. There's 2 programs that were included in part of their deferred maintenance. They're having to relocate to other places. One of them was funeral services, and one was something electrical. I'm assuming those things won't go back into the new Cumberland Hall. The deferred maintenance that was in that total that we saw was to get those programs moved to a new location. So that is where we are right now.
And this information was sent out to us last week, so it came to the board. The board had it over the weekend to look at. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this is both their deferred maintenance, about 4.7, plus the new construction.
That is correct.
So two pieces. So much like we do on the school side with deferred and new construction, we're looking at the community college in the same vein of deferred maintenance and new construction.
And another point, I've looked at this with Doug Carter, DEC, on Friday. The timing of Fayetteville Tech, by the time they do their site work and they do their architectural design, that would give us a couple of years that we could do a reimbursement resolution for them. We have $10 million right now in our models to cover when we thought maybe this was going to be a renovation of the current facility, and we were going to put $10 million towards it, and the state was going to put 10. But since that's not the situation anymore, we would have that $10 million to do their deferred maintenance that they've requested. And then the timing of when they would actually need us to go to LGC lines up well with when we had in our models for us to go to LGC for the county's projects as well. So we haven't touched the model since y'all seen them last, but we know that we can fit it in there based on what y'all saw last time.
So, County Manager Greer, you're comfortable that it fits within our existing debt model that we looked at before? We don't need to do anything else within that debt model?
Yes.
I'll open it up for questions around this. Commissioner Tyson, I'll go to Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First question, why would we add it to our general government debt model and not our school model?
So the school model needs to stay independent, because if you'll recall, the revenues that go into that model, other than what we're using as a transfer out of Gen Gov, that is the sales tax, the special sales tax for the school system, and the lottery money that's specifically for the school system. So it just keeps it cleaner. So we're not trying to make sure that we spend all those earmarked dollars towards Cumberland County Schools. If you'll recall, all of our PAYGO that we've always had in the model for FTCC was out of our general government model. We could pull it out and do a separate model like we do for water sewer if we want to see it, but it would be the same kind of transfer situation that we have set up in the water sewer models between gen gov and water sewer right now.
And then, Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up, why couldn't we look at increasing the allocation in the general government model and look at what that looks like, as opposed to just reducing that amount by the placeholder we've already put in? Because my concern is we've got a facility study that's going to come back. We don't know what that number is going to be, and I wouldn't want necessarily FTCC's capital needs to then become a factor as we look at our facilities as well. I think we really should have it separated out.
County Manager.
I think the general concern was the potential debt obligation, along with the revenues to fund the debt obligation. And from the county's perspective, as far as facility maintenance, probably what we would be able to do is defer out some of our maintenance on the lesser items to outer years. Even though we don't have a study, in order to try to fit this in, that was the best method at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And also, just a little bit more on that, if it really depends on whether you decide to do $460 million for Cumberland County Schools or the $610, because right now, if you went with the lower, that would leave a little bit more cushion for the county's facilities. But in addition, in talking with Doug, he said it so many times before, it just depends on how fast we move through these projects. We may pick up some more capacity as time goes on, or we could do some of these things that maybe we delay a little bit now, just based on the timing of when Cumberland County Schools or FTCC might need the funding for their projects. Everybody, puts stuff on pretty early, but sometimes it takes longer than people anticipate to get through everything.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
I just had one question.
Yes,
On
sir.
the maintenance, where you talked about that $10 million,
Yes, sir.
but from what we got over the weekend, Cumberland Hall is gonna be in existence while they're building the other one. So is this 4.7 including maintenance on that building?
The only thing that was included on their list of maintenance for Cumberland Hall was the cost that it was going to take to relocate that funeral. They listed it as maintenance, but it's really kind of like a relocation of programs to other facilities, and I guess getting them set up. So, but those would be necessary to keep those programs going
Well,
while
not
they're
the-
in the process.
Mine's not the programs, mine's the building. The building's gonna be there
Yes.
until they construct the new one. So is there maintenance on, is the 4.7 including the maintenance for whatever it take to build the new building?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
So the maintenance that you saw in there, since we spoke with them and asked for more information, like a timeline on Friday, they broke down those costs of moving those programs to different locations into different years. That was, like, there's a little bit on the front end for planning, and then most of the cost comes in some of the latter years. But that's the maintenance for Cumberland Hall per se. And I'm not sure if I'm answering your question or
Yeah,
not. Yeah,
And maybe Dr. Schultz can,
sure.
Cumberland Hall's gonna exist for whatever time it
Yes,
takes
sir.
to build a new building. Forget the program.
Yeah.
The building itself has to have maintenance. Is that included in the 4.7?
I did not
We
see
had
any,
10.
I didn't see any Cumberland Hall maintenance other than the moving of the programs.
Dr. Schwartz, if you'll come up to the mic, please, sir. Thank you for being here, and thank you for helping us walk through these questions. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
So all the money in the request is for replacement of Cumberland Hall. None of the maintenance will be to put any additions to the existing building. It is in the funeral service and the electrical. We'll be moving those out to other buildings, and those costs are to upfit the other building for those programs. It's maintenance on those buildings.
Maybe I'm missing it. I got the programs and moving the programs. Cumberland Hall's gonna exist until the new building's built.
Correct.
In the 4.7, is there money in there for maintenance ongoing for Cumberland Hall? Because you had the 10 million, you say you moved that. So it has to be maintained until this new building is built. Unless you just don't need any maintenance money, it's fine by me too. I'm just trying to figure out, not programs, just the building itself. If the chiller goes out, if this goes out, whatever happens, is that included in this 4.7?
There is no money in
Okay.
there for Cumberland Hall maintenance in that 4.7.
Okay. That was my question, because it's gonna have to be maintained somewhere, somebody.
You can add it in, Commissioner Adams.
No, I just
Come
wanted
from
us
the
to
pot
be.
of money you have.
I just wanted the school to know that if it's not in here, they're gonna have to find it somewhere else. That was it.
Don't we have other maintenance?
Yeah.
Might be in that.
Any,
That's-
anything else?
for the 4.7.
Commissioner Adams, is
No,
that good? Thank you, Dr. Schwartz.
But Dr. Schwartz, Commissioner Fairclough just asked me, is that maintenance in any other money? There might be somewhere else.
That's my
That was his
guess.
question.
So there's not. We have a,
So they're not gonna maintain it. That's
we
the
have a schedule of maintenance
Yeah.
on those things that have to be done, and those that are funded are not on the schedule.
Okay.
And so we are not projecting any out. The biggest thing for Cumberland Hall is the electrical and mechanical, and we cannot redo that without major
I got you.
upfit and renovations to the building, which we would lose approximately 4,000 square foot by doing that.
Thank you, Dr. Soros. Thank you for
Okay,
being here, and
thank
thank you for answering our questions. Commissioners, other questions on FTCC capital side? All right. We have, board, are we comfortable with, as staff recommended, the way we roll that into our debt model? Any issues? Okay. All right, so then we're going to do that. So that ties back to our next piece around the 610 or the 460 for the school capital, because that will affect it. And that's the
Correct.
last piece of the debt model that we'll need to look at.
Yes.
Board, we talked through this. Is there any, I believe that, not to put words in his mouth, but our financial advisor said we can do either one. He liked the 610 just because it moved money. It was a stronger position in some ways, but we can do it either way that we want to do it. You want to refresh us on any pieces of the two?
I think the DEC, they've given us both models. They don't like to weigh in and tell us, exactly which way to go, but they've identified the revenue so the board can look at that future years out and make sure that you feel comfortable with the revenues that would be needed at either level of borrowing. But they've done that, and they've done it in a way that covers the fund balance goals that they set. So you can see that in either the 460 or the 610 models. And that's where we left it with DEC.
Questions, commissioners, around this? Commissioner Adams?
I'm just at the 460. I just put that on the table. I don't know where everybody else is, so where the discussion goes.
460.
460.
So board,
460.
all right, we're going to be an impasse on that, so we're going to have to come back.
Okay.
Were you at a position?
Well, I have a
Go ahead, question, go ahead.
Chairman. So, right now, I think when we started looking at the school capital, I was looking at 610, but given the both debt models between 460 and 610, if we include the FDCC 42 million, I know there are still some questions. Are there still any questions concerning the school that the manager was looking forward to getting some answers on?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. And then with our facilities maintenance, we're not knowing what that amount's going to be. That could give us some flexibility. It's just a thought to give an option. There's a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fairclough, go ahead.
I think Yogi Berra or somebody like that said something about the future, and he said it was hard to make predictions, especially about the future. But what we don't know a couple of years from now what these capital models are going to look like, and since we don't have that 150 specifically identified, if we change something in the future, or y'all change it, or whoever's here, it looks like we're taking something back. I'd rather not put it in there than have it look like you're taking it back. So I'm on 460.
Anybody else? Any other questions? The only point I'll make on either one of them, it's planning for them. So if we don't put 610 in, then it's going to adjust their plan, which they briefed us on. And so it's more than, it will adjust their plan. They'll only be able to fund certain new construction. So they'll have to go back and look at what they're going to do. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Understanding the effort that the school board's gone through to really kind of lay out their deferred maintenance needs and their new construction needs, I would prefer that we look at the 610. I would be agreeable to the 460 with the caveat that we look at it again next year and see kind of where we are down the road, if that's the will of the rest of the board. But, I just want to make sure we're not getting back into a hole like we already have, because those schools are going to continue to age. They're going to continue to have infrastructure challenges, and I would expect that we'll probably be seeing more from our folks at the school board on needing to replace some of these facilities if they continue to age, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seems like there's consensus around leaning back into the 460. All right, let's move to general government then. Thank you, Ms. Eber. We'll go ahead and move to the COLA discussion. So again, we had several scenarios, but they boiled down to the manager's budget recommended a 2% COLA. There were a scenario that was put out to move to a 4% COLA. And then there was a scenario that moved to hybrid of COLAs and bonuses. Board, is there consensus around, before we get into the percentages, is there consensus around all COLA or COLA and bonuses? Commissioner Fairclough, or Commissioner Tyson, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to thank staff for sending us over some revised information for us to look at, in addition to what some of our peers are doing with that memo from the League of Municipalities and the Association of County Commissioners. I'm not sure if the board had a time to completely review that memo, and there's a lot in there, Mr. Chairman. But one of the things I saw is that a lot of our peers are looking towards a hybrid COLA and a merit-based incentive. And so, you know, as we're looking at potential structures, I just wanted to see what that model would look like in comparison to just a straight COLA and bonus model. And if the manager or whoever could just kind of speak to that on what some of those peer counties are doing with the information they sent us.
County Manager Greer, if you want to speak to the information that was sent to us.
Yes, we currently don't have a merit program. We will have to develop that. And then once developed, there's a pretty complicated calculation to make sure that it's weighted a particular way. So I would just say that probably need to stick with the COLA recommendation, and because we don't have a merit program.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
County Manager, go ahead, Commissioner Tyson. I was just going to ask him to give us any updates from, you know, the data, the information that was sent to us, if there's any synopsis or summary of it, but go ahead, Commissioner Tyson, and we'll move to that. I should have done that to start with.
Well, I'd like to hear the response to that actually before I comment.
So if we can just, based on all the information you provided, could you just give us kind of a high level, if there's any key points you think would factor into our decision making?
It's just the County Manager, Deborah Shaw, will present
Thank
that
you.
information.
Okay, of course.
Pull your microphone down so I don't think
I'm sorry. Thank you. Of course, the recommended managers was 2% COLA, and that was approximately 2.5 million, I believe, off my head.
Yes.
And so then if you do, we had requests of a 4% COLA, we would need an additional $2.1 million of recurring dollars. Then we had a scenario 2 of the different categories of COLA percentages. That could affect compression, and the amount would not truly be known until Human Resources was able to implement. So I personally don't recommend that. That's just my opinion. Scenario 3 was the 2% COLA with a 1% bonus. Again, for the 1% bonus, we would need $1.2 million of one-time funding. Scenario 4 was the 3% COLA. We would need a little over $1 million of recurring dollars. And then for the 1% bonus plan, we would need $1.3 million one-time funding. And then there was a scenario about the health insurance. And not all employees, and Robin, if you need to jump in, please do, or Heather, Assistant County Manager Skanes and Chief Financial Officer Robin, if not all employees take the insurance. And so these numbers can kind of be skewed. We had someone in the insurance department start kind of running these, and it averaged there was 1,656 employees that take our insurance out of approximately a little over $2 million. So if you wanted to give them a potential stipend, we would say we averaged it about $1,400, and that's approximately $3 million of one-time funding.
Anything else?
That's all.
Commissioner Tyson, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to, you know, bring back up to note, you know, when you look at the report, which I thought was really the survey that was completed by the League of Municipalities in conjunction with the Association of County Commissioners. You know, the majority of the respondents are doing a blended COLA and some sort of bonus incentive, Mr. Chair. And the COLA on the statewide average between those respondents was 2.9%. And then when you combine they're doing a merit system. I understand the manager's saying we couldn't do that, but if we did it as a one-time bonus, the statewide average was 6%, with both combined as a blended rate. So, you know, I'm in favor. It seems like the peers that, you know, across the state are following a similar model, on a blended model, Mr. Chairman. And I would support, you know, looking at us to do a blended model, and also, you know, looking at a merit-based pay increase for future planning purposes in the future, Mr. Chair, because it seems like it's very popular among our peers as well.
Anything else, Commissioner Tyson?
That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other commissioners, other questions on, or comments on, around the COLA? So we're really looking at two pieces, a blend of COLA and bonuses or straight COLA. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of just the straight COLA for 4%, please. That's what I'm in favor of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you lean to straight COLA, and we'll talk
Right,
about
straight COLA.
percentages once we get a concurrence on COLA, straight, or bonus and COLA. Commissioners, other comments? Commissioner Fairclough, you're recognized.
I think I'm with the vice chairwoman on that one. I think I'm for 4%.
Straight COLA.
Yes.
So let's talk just COLA or COLA and bonuses, and then we'll talk about percentages if we could. Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm in favor of a blended rate between a COLA and a flat one.
Okay. Commissioner Adams, I know where you are because you made the recommendation, but you feel new information, I will.
Well, I do, you know, everybody knows where I am, so, but, we got information from, Ms. Brewington this weekend. You know, I'm sitting here looking at the FTCC operating, they want an increase of $595, and they're giving a 3% COLA. So I'm giving them money to give a higher COLA than I'm giving my own employees. That doesn't make sense. That's what came out of this operating that she sent this weekend. And I know you keep saying the school's gonna send us something, but they were looking at 10% on some of their people, even if they go down to 4%, 5%, they're still giving more, and we're giving them the money to do it. I just don't think that's right. I'm with the COLA, and y'all know exactly where I am on that.
I didn't hear the dog. I didn't hear the, what amount are you?
Well, he just said do the
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the
4%.
COLA. I mean, it's not going to matter if we can't agree to straight COLA. And I'm hearing 4% from all you, so, so 4% adds an additional 2.379 million.
Approximately $2.2 million on scenario one.
So scenario one was 2% COLA, and the additional dollars needed to go to 4% COLA would be 2.3 or 2 point what?
It'd be 2.2 because we of course, we always update and we take the reimbursements that we can get back from the difference. So that would be the net 2.2.
The net that was provided earlier was 4.89, and so if you take 2.5 from 4.89, you got updated numbers. So we're just moving targets.
But yeah, and also we went in there and took the reimbursements off the additional ones that we would need.
Okay, so the total additional revenue on that is what?
2.2 million, and that was as of that day. Again, people's leaving and going, so can't be.
Okay. So blended COLA. I would like to review a blended scenario. So we're at an impasse. So we'll move forward to our next points. So let's go ahead and move to our discussion around the additional department request, and then we can go to DSS. So while we're on, so we've got, we'll move over community funding right now so we can finish the rest of kind of the people part of this. We've got the code enforcement dollars came in at 153 if we're putting that plan in place. The information sent to us was 153. The BOE request that was sent to us, Board of Education request that was sent to us was 167.
Elections
Board of Elections. I'm
okay, you
sorry.
said it was elections.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Board of Elections that came into us. Did I say Board of Education?
Yeah.
I'm still back on the 460 and 610.
I wonder what that extra was.
Board of Elections is 167, and that's based on the information provided to us by the chair of the board and also Assistant Manager Bradley. And then we have the 2 judicial positions in the DA and the PD. And then there was also a question around the 911 reclassification of operators from admin. That was something that was brought up. I don't know if we have the data around that, but there was a reclass of those. They're classified as administrators versus operators, and it hinders some grant dollars. I don't know if we've got a total dollar amount captured on those, but those would be the 5 that we'd want to look at to start with. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to make sure, to make note, with the code enforcement potential, we would look to recapture that cost as providing that additional service.
Correct.
So we shouldn't,
Correct.
as those municipalities opt in, we shouldn't have a attributable impact on our budget because we should be getting the revenues to capture that, correct?
ACM Skeens, you want to speak to? I'm sorry, County Manager.
Yes, so the plan is with that joint planning interlocal agreement that there's additional cost in there, and then if a town selects a basic or enhanced service, there would be additional revenue of 40 or 60% for those additional services.
And then I guess kind of around that same line of thinking, Mr. Chair, the fees are the different funds that are collected on the last 3, the elections, the DA, and the PD. Does the county realize any of those funds back, and do we know if any of those fees are changing? Are those set by us, or are they set by outside bodies?
When you're talking about for the public defender and district attorney,
Correct.
that's set by the state.
Okay. So all those fees go back to the state, they don't come to us?
Which fees you talking about?
Like when you collect court costs, or you collect any sort of
They go to the
fees
school
or
system.
anything
They go
like
to
that?
the
Yeah,
school system.
forfeiture and fines.
Yeah, forfeiture and fines go to the school.
And what about the public
Not
defender?
Public defender.
So I think both of these positions are about capacity, is what it is. We already provide a grant to each one of those now. I think the request was around additional capacity based on caseload, based on unfunded mandates, just like we're dealing with at DSS with caseloads and additional funding requirements. They've got Arena's law and some other things that have impacted. Same thing we're seeing in our detention center, same thing we're seeing across the board. So this is in response to capacity and their need for throughput.
And I'm good with that. I'm just wondering, is there any revenue tied to these
No.
positions?
No.
And if there is, does any of it come back?
None of the BOE, the Board of Elections, the DA, the PD are not. Code enforcement is unique. That's a program. We still have to allocate the dollars. We don't know how much we'll get back. These are seen as an additional, it's additional capacity.
Thank you. That was my question.
Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, I will tell Commissioner Tyson, though, I do think this. We will have savings because of these 2 positions, because they directly impact the jail. And the number of people you have in that jail on a daily basis drives costs, and they can tell you about that. And so with the Arena's law, and now they're keeping them in a lot longer, it's incumbent to move these cases a little bit faster, have somebody over there to be. We already give them a position to look at the jail list every day to try to keep that jail list down. And so, yeah, you won't see the savings paid back in, but I think the savings come from all of the things that will happen with that jail and the court system. So for $228, you will recoup that in no time from the jail list.
All right. So am I hearing consensus around code enforcement, DA, and PD?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any issues on Board of Elections? Consensus around Board of Elections? Commissioner Adams?
You know I'm going to talk.
You're fine.
I mean, they got 4 vacant positions already. I'm gonna vote for this only because I don't want anybody to say we didn't fund them and then the election doesn't go off. But they already 4 down, and so hopefully this will get them so that we have those elections. But they won't blame it on this board that it didn't happen. But I'm not so sure that they need it. But I'm not gonna handicap them in going forward, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions on those? So we've got consensus to move forward on code enforcement, Board of Elections, the DA and PD, the 2 judiciary, and then the 911 reclass. Is there thoughts on how we want to try to tackle that, or we want to look at that at a later time as we look at reclass? Commissioner Tyson.
Mr. Chair, I think we'll have to probably look at that as we have outside conversations with other partners later this week
Okay.
to kind of see where that stands,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So we're going to move that down to a closed item is what I'm going to close out that item. All right, board, we're doing great. All right.
We finally settled something, right?
We can move, well, we've settled a lot already. All right, now let's go ahead and move to, keep moving through personnel, the people part of this, before we get to some of the programs. DSS, so there's been discussion around recruitment and retention bonus, or a pool that we would create and let Director Jackson create a retention and recruitment program, much like we did for the sheriff's office last year. Discussion around 300,000. I believe that was a number that we talked a little around. And then to speak to what is in the recommended budget, 61 abolished positions, 41 vacant unfunded, 45 vacant funded positions. And then the next line is the DSS director, and I appreciate Director Jackson spending time with us last week to walk us through the recommendation she had. And so of those 61, it would be 27 would be abolished, and then vacant funded would be 34. The additional 41 would be vacant and funded, and then of course the 45 still would be vacant funded that were already in the model. So those are discussions around what we need to look at for DSS. So I will open it up and I'll recognize the DSS liaison and vice chairwoman. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we did get a new update. I'm not sure if you all received that today for the latest proposal. I just want to know if the commissioners.
You want to
And the
speak
staff
to it?
as well. Well, actually, the
Or
staff.
I can have, would you like me to have the staff speak to that?
Yes, I sent that to the staff as well as I sent it to the commissioners. Did you?
ACM, county manager's okay, ACM Bradley?
Or
Yes, that's fine.
Well, I received the update from DSS staff late this morning, so I updated the slides that I had to speak on their proposal and also the current vacancies and where they are in the hiring process for those vacancies.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. I just wanted to make sure we were all on one page because the commissioners may not have had the opportunity to receive or review it. I know it was sent to you as well, but I just wanted to make sure that you do have the most current information.
So a question around that, Vice Chairman, if I could, to make sure, because I've not read the email. So is there any change to the position that was laid out by the DSS director last week? It may change who's vacant and what positions are vacant, but in essence, it's still abolish 27 positions.
Yes.
Fund 34, fund 41 that are 75 vacant funded positions.
That's correct.
Correct.
And then you'd still have 45 funded vacant positions that have been recommended by the managers in the manager budget.
Yes, abolish 27 of 61, Fund 34 of 61, and Fund 41.
Yeah,
That's
so
correct.
that's exactly what I have laid out on the
Right,
document
okay.
in front of you. So anything else to add?
No, other than the update that DSS sent this morning is actually 48 remaining vacancies.
I'm confused, 48 versus 45?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's just the updated number because that changes
Okay, yeah,
as
change
people.
And you continue to fund 45, that's correct.
Vice Chairman, anything else?
That's it. We're on the same page.
I know Director Jackson's here, just want to make sure that anything that's not clarified that you'd like to clarify. Thank you, man, that she gave, just so people know, she gave me a thumbs up, so I'm gonna say she is, all right, so board, that is where we are. It really boils down to, you have 75 positions that are vacant, funded, or vacant, unfunded right now, and 40, I'm gonna say 45 vacant and funded based on the county manager's budget. So we need to make some determinations. Really, in my mind, it comes down to there's 120 positions that are vacant. We either need to determine whether they're vacant funded or vacant unfunded. Is everybody following me? So I'm taking what the manager has in his budget, that's the 45.
That's funded.
That's funded
Okay.
right now.
Right.
You've got 34, you've got additional 75 that are in the current budget unfunded.
Right.
Well, excuse me, let me clarify that, because I'm mixing the DSS. There's 61, right now in our budget right now, there's 61 abolished. There's,
27.
no, that's, what's in the budget right now
In the budget.
is 61 abolished. And then
41.
41 unfunded,
Right.
and then 45 funded.
Right.
But if we look at what the DSS director has said, and our vice chairman has said, is 27, of the 61 abolished, will concede to 27. So that gives us a conversation basically around 120 slots to either fund them or leave them vacant, unfunded. That does not mean we're eliminating positions. 27 are abolished and nobody is in those physical positions. It's whether we leave dollars in those vacant positions or we free those dollars up to be used in other areas or in this area. Did I make enough spaghetti, Commissioner Fairclough? All right. That's kind of, in layman's terms, if we're trying to find a blend between it, we've got a director that said, I'll give up the 27 positions. I need all 120 funded. The board's decision on whether we leave them vacant and funded or vacant and unfunded. The manager has recommended in his, it would be 45. Vice Chairman Jones, your recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want us also to keep in mind that when Director Jackson had stated some positions she had halted, but then when we had these conversations, there are positions that are already basically actively being pursued, and they were stopped, but now I guess she's actively trying to make sure that the process of the applicants is in the process. So I think that that's imperative to be mindful of that when the questions came up from some commissioners as far as what the vacancies were, and she was asked to put that on hold during the budget cycle, but I guess it's to my understanding now, the progression of, in other words, if you put an application and you were in the process, so it wasn't as if those particular vacancies weren't being seeked after. So I want us to be mindful of that. And then once she was told that she can move on, I'm presuming, I don't want to put words in her mouth, they are now back retroactive, in other words. If I go and apply, and I'm told, well, wait a minute, don't hire anyone, so now they can continue to complete the long process of the county. So I want us to keep that in mind.
Anything else, Vice Chairman?
No.
ACM, Bradley, can you speak to, there's also a piece that HR outlined around the positions and vacancy rates and turnover and those pieces. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Thank you. If Director Hall can speak to that.
Can I ask one question?
Mr. Adams, you recognize, and then Director Hall, who can speak to that. I'm sorry, I did not see you back there.
I just make sure I'm not confused. I thought the 45 that's funded in the budget, they can move forward on already. There's no retroactive, they can fill those.
That's correct.
Okay, the way she said it was like they had to wait.
That's correct.
They can fill that right now.
That's correct.
Okay.
They were asked to wait. Now they're continuing on though.
County Manager Greer.
Right, they're in the budget. It's not anything retroactive.
The 45 are in the budget. We just asked DSS to hold off a little bit until we got through this process. as I said last week, they can go ahead and start with those 45.
And Director Hall, thank you. I know there's a question around turnover and vacancy. If you can just kind of, I know you sent us all the information. We appreciate that. If you can just kind of give us a quick snapshot summary of it.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman,
Good afternoon.
Vice Chairwoman, board members. I sent over information on the turnover rate. I know we requested the attrition rate. The way the system is set up, it kind of captured every employee moving from a position, one position number to another position number. So it captured promotions, it captured transfers, it captured a lot of information. So I think you got the attrition rate around about 2%. So it wasn't really capturing, I don't think, what Commissioner Tyson was trying to get to, but I did send turnover rates as well, and I think it's important to look at the turnover rates, the vacancy rate, as well as the vacancy, the duration of the vacancies. And then again, it's data. All data has stories, but this is just the data that I'm presenting.
Any questions around that information that was provided from Director Hall? And we appreciate that. I know what I was reading, it was difficult to kind of move through some of that. We've got a lot of nuances. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Director Hall, for putting that together. Also, I know you had made mention about the last comp in class that had been applied and the effect that could have. Could you opine on that just for a minute, just so everybody can be on the
Yes.
same page with that as well?
So if you see the number of, is listed as separations, 804, but what it is just that we had every single position had a change. And so the system picked up all of those changes and calculated it as well.
Any other questions? Anybody else? Any other questions for Director Hall? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioners, additional comments or questions around this? Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the manager Greer. I know that we were also discussing at one time, and did we get that information back in regards to if we did choose to use general funding, how the state does an allocation of reimbursement? I think there was information you all were waiting to see if that would be a concurrence or what's the update status when that was being discussed at the time?
Yeah, I'll turn it over to AC and Bradley to
Thank you.
discuss. She has that
Yes.
information.
Okay. Ms. Bradley, if you could provide that.
Okay, you want specifically, can you repeat your request?
We were discussing at one point that if it was the board's pleasure to utilize some of the freed up capacity from our general funding, the manager was stating, I don't remember the dollar amount, please forgive me, but he was stating that in the event, if we did use the fund balance, how the state sometimes will reallocate those fundings, and there was something about, I guess they were waiting. I know that Director Jackson had provided that information, but I guess they were double checking with the state to see if that could occur or how much that would be, the reimbursement from the state. The manager was stating that if we use the general funding, that one good benefit is that the state would sometimes reimburse finances, I guess I could say, or monies, am I pronouncing it correctly? Or
Typically,
Mr. Greer?
DSS would have to submit that to the state, and the state would approve that. It's possible. The amounts are not always exact, and they usually have they break down local, state, and federal for those positions, but it would have to be something that DSS submits to the state to request that reimbursement on a particular position.
Right, I wasn't wondering about the operational part, but the manager was stating, that's why I asked him, he was stating that that's one way. There was concerns if we use it, the fund balance. The manager was saying the offset would be, I don't need to know the exact amount, it was my understanding, I guess because the big bill and things that's happening at the federal level, there was concern because in the past, what the concern was not, everyone wants to make sure we don't use too much of that of the fund balance. So when Manager Greer stated one good benefit would be that in this case, because DSS does receive state money, he was speaking of that exactly. Of course, we know the process is that the DSS is the ones that's going to fill out the paperwork. But so I guess my concern is there was something stated about a concern that although that's been happening in the past and that works well, I guess there was a concern with new things being in place, the big beautiful bill, that may or may not But it was my understanding we were going to look into that to see if the state, no doubt, of course, they're the ones that DSS files for that, that is still something that can be taking place as far as usually in a positive, that they would get reimbursed, and that would offset that if we choose to use the fund balance. That was what I was asking. Thank you, Mr. Greer.
I think what you're asking for, Vice Chairwoman Jones, is based on the work session last week, we had total funding, total positions based on the 61 and 41, $6,828,545.68. Of that amount, federal and state reimbursement would be approximately 50% or approximately $3.1 million. Now, I think there was a new email that was sent today.
Okay.
I was talking about another project that we have tomorrow, so I didn't get a chance to review it, but I would generally think there would be another 50%, whatever that number is. And so I guess when I get a chance to look at the email, I'll pull it up too.
And thank you, that's what I was wondering. So the percentage rate would be at this point approximately 50%, but they are still, I guess,
yes,
that's still available, basically what I'm saying. That has
Yeah.
not stopped from the state doing that. So you answered my question. Thank you.
No, but it does change effective October 1st.
Yeah, it does change October 1st, but we can't get that information. We've asked for it from the state. We also asked for it from DSS. Nobody really feels comfortable because they don't know the real fully impacts of the big, beautiful bill.
Okay.
So this is as of what we know right now. It may change to the positive after October 1st. It may change to the negative. But either way, what we have right now is probably a good basis moving forward.
Thank you, and that's what I want to know. Appreciate the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, anybody else? Any other comments? Is there a recommendation on how we'd like to move forward?
Is our county manager?
I think, is county manager okay?
Probably is okay.
We're going to take a break here in a second. We're going to take a recess here in just a second. Board, let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute recess. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess, Board. We'll come back at 2:25. We're at recess. We're going to take recommendations for discussion and find consensus.
Yeah.
All right, board, we'll go ahead and come back to order. Ms. Rice, we never went. Do you need to count us back in? No. Okay. All right. Board, we are continuing. County Manager, you okay?
Yes.
You got an important couple of days ahead. I got to make sure you're okay.
I would just say the remedy, when we're talking about the remedy that I had to take in order to get back right.
All right, board, so we are back on DSS. We've got a couple things, again, in front of us. I won't reiterate it. We just need to make some determinations around where we are, a blend of the managers and DSS directors' recommendations, or whatever we want to formalize ourselves. So I'll entertain comments. Vice Chairman Jones.
Yes, at this time, I would like for the board to consider that perhaps, for consideration, discuss that all 75 positions be funded, and that the staff can maybe see about taking that from our general fund or using the fund balance to balance the budget. That's what I would like, because I feel like the fund balance that it's been used before, like I said in the past, the last 10 years, and especially now that I appreciate that we have discussed that the state will, we can't say for guarantee, but the good news is that in the event if we are able to save and fully fund these 75 first responder positions, we do know that the state does have money, 50% as we see of now. We know that can't be all the way guaranteed, but it looks like it's in good position. And so that risk or consideration that people have concerns about the fund balance, I feel in order to save those crucial positions, and we've heard over and over the reasons why we need to keep those positions. We've heard that in depth. We appreciate Ms. Jackson explaining that. So that is my recommendation of consideration, to allow the manager to use fund balance or whatever other better choice. But in my opinion, from all professional information that's been provided from the Finance Committee, as well as that from DSS, and to be quite frank, as well as we know from past experience, fund balance has been used. I don't see any other more crucial than, say, for emergency crisis situation. Other than that, if we have a high child rate, unfortunately, child abuse and adult abuse, and just all the factors that Ms. Jackson has presented. So I think that's definitely significant enough to try to consider using fund balance for that emergency reason. And the good news is that at least we know the state will be providing some money back once DSS files it. That's my recommendation, 75 jobs to be funded.
Anything else, Vice Chairman? County Manager, the dollar amount associated with that request?
To fund the,
75?
So it'd be the 75 plus the 45 you've already recommended, so basically fully funding all 120 positions. Abolishing 27 and funding vacant but funded positions. Realize we're talking about positions that do not have people in them, but they are there.
hold on.
If you abolish the 27 vacancies, that's 1.8 million.
That's not.
Is that net of reimbursement?
Mr. Chairman. Hold on one second. Commissioner Patel.
I think what staff had sent over.
Which document?
It's the funding, the abolished funding positions, salary budget, Excel spreadsheet.
It's in June 22nd
Okay.
work session.
To fund the 75 positions.
Okay.
The county share would be $2.6 million.
Thank you. And then in the 27, okay. What I'm trying to get at is, in that recommendation, what does that change the dollar amount against the recommended, against the manager's budget?
Give us some
3.1
time and they can start calculating that, because we don't have that.
I had calculated
Okay.
that to be 3.1 million difference.
3.1 million additional dollars to fund, abolish 27 and fund, and have 102 vacant funded positions.
And to be exact, it's 3,167,457.26.
So 3.2, round numbers. And Vice Chairman Jones, your recommendation is that 3.2 million would come from fund balance.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's what my recommendation would be.
Okay.
And also, Mr. Chairman, what is our current amount of fund balance as of current? Manager Griff or Deborah?
3.8.
I like to know exactly, so just bear with me.
Which fund balance are we asking?
Right now, we're at 3.9 million, and that's on the recommended budget, page 44.
Commissioners, any discussions around that? So just to restate what was stated, 27 abolished positions. Continue to have vacant positions that are funded of the 45 that are recommended in the manager's budget, and then the remaining 75 would be vacant funded positions for a total of 120 vacant funded positions and 27 abolished positions. That would be funded, the total cost of that is $3.2 million, and the desire would be that that would come from our fund balance. Discussions on that, commissioners? Commissioner Fairclough, correct.
Okay, if we fund it that way, then there's a state match, let's call it. Does the numbers that were given, is that taking the match into consideration, or do we have to wait until we apply for that to officially budget against that?
We have the breakdown of the matches. Actually, DSS provided those to us. So I can go through each one,
honestly
but
don't
we
need
have it, it's all incorporated in the numbers that we have.
All right, is your number net of any future approval of state for reimbursement? Or not just reimbursement, but are we budgeting just local dollars when we talk about your 3.1 million there, or not?
What Commissioner Fairclough said, is that county dollars
Is that
only,
net?
or is that minus the reimbursement that's coming through of the federal and state?
Of the 3.1, it's the total.
So a dollar amount impact on the county dollars would be lower because you still have the federal and state reimbursement.
That sounds low.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
get back with that.
But,
Yeah.
do you have the information, Deputy Finance?
From what they provided us, the assessment this morning, the total.
I'm sorry, can you speak up?
I'm
I
sorry.
can't hear you. Or come to the mic. Thank you.
Here, never mind. Go up there.
Come over to the front. Come over to the front, please. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. What was provided from DSS this morning, on the 75 positions, the total was 5.1 million almost. The federal and state share, well, the federal share is 2.2 million, state share was 205,000, for the county share of $2.6 million. That's on the 75 positions.
On the 75?
Yes. On the
Okay.
27, that she has offered up for abolishment, the total was 3.6 altogether. Federal was 804,000, state was 74,000, county share was 958,000. Yes, ma'am.
And
Hold on one second, Vice Chairman. Commissioner Fairclough still has the floor.
Okay, so, I'm having trouble with the math. Okay, so the approximately 3.2 that we might have to take out of fund balance, are we going to get some of that back? That's really what I'm asking.
No, that's just county funded.
Okay.
I've not been able to look at the sheet today because I've been in meetings.
So is that 2.6 now, or is it 3.2? It's 2.6?
It's 2.6, that's the net.
Okay, that's what we would have to.
That's what we would have to come up with.
That would be
Commissioner
net out of fund balance? Okay,
Yes, sir.
Thank you, that's kind of what I guess I needed. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're right.
And also, am I correct that the county money will not be spent on positions that aren't filled, correct? In other words, she's got openings out there, but the county money doesn't get spent unless the position gets filled.
That is
That is
correct,
correct,
but it
right.
would have to be budgeted, which
Right.
would come to fund
But I
balance.
just wanted to make
If
sure
that's-
that was clear on that.
If that is the board's wishes. Now, the question would be, we've got, how does that match up to what was in the county manager's position? What's the net cost?
What's the net cost? Okay, I'll
We
have to
will
pull
have to run
that.
some
Yeah,
numbers.
I'll have to pull that.
So, ACM Shaw, explain to us kind of what you need to get at. So we don't know the impact to the recommended budget based on the recommendation the vice chairman just made.
That is correct, sir, because we would have to put back in what the county manager had abolished and unfunded, put that back in, and then take the recommendation to see what the net that we're looking at for the
Right,
county.
So you have a difference of the 27 to 61. Those positions would come back in and be funded, so.
That is correct.
You've got an additional commitment of local dollars
Yes.
that would need to be held against these vacant positions. Okay. All right, so if we can work that number, board, and we're not gonna, it sounds like we're not gonna get to a DSS decision right now, we'll keep moving. But are there other questions? The vice chairwoman's made a recommendation, we need to get the data so that we can actually look at that. Are there anything else on DSS? Commissioner Adams recognized.
So I'm just make sure I understand. So even though if they're vacant and we give them and they're funded, that takes away, you still have to account for that money in your budget.
Yes,
So I can't use it from all the programs.
That is correct.
Okay, just trying to figure it out now. Hey, it's a negotiation going on.
What we've done to you.
Yeah.
Anything else on DSS? Y'all, board, we can put a pin in this until we get the data back, and then we can continue that conversation. We've got several other items to hit, so unless does anybody else want to look at anything else? So I think that's going to help us, ACM Shaw, that'll help us get at, if we separate this into the 27 and the 120, if we get those two buckets of numbers, then that's going to allow us to figure out what we're doing. That makes sense? And then we'll have those $2 amounts and the difference between those, in those buckets compared to what's been recommended by the manager. Okay. All right, so let's put a pin in DSS, and we will come back to that. So the next line is Commissioner Adams' favorite ones, all the programs. So first we have, we talked about this previously, the FSU Hub. County Manager, anything to add on that? We've got $450K. Anything else to add on that based on the requests that came in?
Nothing else to add from me, Chairman.
Okay. Do we want to look at all these at one time or as we go along? So, does anybody have any issues on, these are all going to be one-time dollars, so they're either going to be, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, what did we fund that at last year?
$250,000.
Okay, and the funds, what were they specifically? I know they requested, was it for operations? Was it a special project they were doing? Tell me about what the specific request was.
I'm going to turn this one over to Chief of Staff Tribal.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Tyson. So originally, the contract was for some electronic equipment, so like upfitting the center because it had just opened. And then that had, and then once that was open, they host multiple events monthly where they provide training, that sort of thing. And so it was to cover the cost of those particular trainings, which could include whatever you have, like it could be, an event for a speaker, talk about, setting up a nonprofit, but then they also included things in there to facilitate that particular discussion. And so ultimately, they were awarded $250,000, and they ended up expending $183,000. And so, you might recall, last fiscal year, I brought a recommendation to bring that additional $60,000 back to the unallocated balance because it hadn't been spent before the contract terminated.
And so am I correct to assume that that was money out of our ARP
That's correct. It
funding
was free
last year?
capacity.
And this year, are we proposing it as general fund dollars or out of ARP? On the
Go
request.
ahead.
So just as a request, I know that there was a request that came through for it to be funded using potential free capacity dollars. I think, as I said on Thursday, there's a lot of movement going on, and so if I were to pinpoint a specific source, it would come from, if that's the board's direction, it would come from whatever's left in unallocated or potentially from like the interest funding, for example. But of course, that would have to be set against the other priorities or the requests coming from the board.
Mr. Tyson, anything else?
So, Mr. Chairman, the request this year, because I know last year was upfitting, are we saying it's just programming cost is what they're asking us to reimburse them?
Yes.
Just for operations? And then I know, Mr. Chairman, if I may have one more.
Yes.
With our community funding partners, one of the things we did was we went through and were able to actually see their other sources of funding so that we could look and see, as we make those funding determinations, what other dollars they were looking to get. Do we have that information for this program as well, on alternate sources of funding that they're already receiving?
I don't have that information. It was just that request. I can get it from them real quickly.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask, if we're going to ask our community partners to identify their alternate funding sources, if we're looking at also funding these programs, which I would think some of these would have overlap with the community funding model, but that's just me. I think we would also want them to include their alternate funding sources as well, in the spirit of fairness, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. It's in the latest hour, but we can continue to do RFIs, so we'll get that information. So I believe there's state and city of Fayetteville dollars, but we can get that information. Anything else, Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to put on the table that I can't speak to the FSU Hub. I serve as the chair of their board, so that one I would recuse myself in terms of speaking on.
Okay.
And
Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized.
I'm on the board of the business school. I'm on the advisory board. I don't know if that
That's
matters.
different, I think. That doesn't, they don't make the decisions on that.
They don't give
The
us any
state,
dollars.
whatchamacallit does.
I actually don't think either one of them are a conflict,
Okay,
but
that's fine.
but that's,
Well, I mean,
I will let the attorney, I will let the attorney.
I just put it on the
I'll
table.
let the attorney look at
If
that.
it's not, then I can speak to it. And,
So we'll wait to get information on the hub. The only piece I'll say on the hub is a workforce development piece, much as we look at the Council of Government and the things that they do or other items. So it's a partnership with Fayetteville State and the city and the state.
and Golden Leaf.
And Golden Leaf as well. So we're a partner in the workforce development that's growing our capacity, our contracting capacity, and business capacity at Fayetteville State. But we'll get the additional information if we can get that. Hopefully we can look at that today. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree because these other community fundings are all nonprofits, whereas of course Fayetteville State is respectfully just as in the same capacity. When we talk about higher learning institution as FTCC, I mean, we can get the data. I don't really feel it's necessary as these other community funding requests are coming from nonprofits as they are not a nonprofit and primarily do receive their fundings from state and federal.
I agree with that.
So I don't really understand why we would be waiting to get information from them, as I get it why we are for a nonprofit. Certainly they're not a nonprofit though, so why they're being asked to provide this information is my concern. They are an institution just as FTCC. I don't think it's, what is the purpose, reason behind it? They're not a nonprofit like our other community funding partners. Or is this a new practice we have? Are we getting this information from our other partners that are institutional higher learning?
Yeah.
So,
Tech and everybody.
Is there, do we want to move past it until we get the additional information, or is there a consensus to move it forward and then let staff look at funding source? Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the intent of my request is not to provide additional funding for the entire university, to look at how the university is funded, just this program, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make sure I narrow the scope of that, because this is just a program within that institution. It's not, I'm not asking for the funding model for the institution itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My consensus is to move, is to do it, Mr. Chairman. I think you asked for consensus.
Is there a consensus to move forward with it, and after we get the information, if there's something different, we can pull it out, if something doesn't like, or is there consensus to move forward with it? We got one, Commissioner Fairclough?
Move forward.
You're good to move forward. Vice Chairman, you're good to move forward. Are we good to move forward if pending additional information that may change it, we can pull it out once we get that information?
That's fine.
All right, we got four. We'll go ahead and move forward. Council of Government funding. County Manager Greer, can you speak to this? Because we did this different this year than we have in the past, and it caused some confusion with the Council of Government and with me on the board. So if we could just walk us through that one more time. And that's not we did it different because the staff did something different. It's just the way we structured it this year. So.
Yes, this year everybody had to put their request into Amplifund. It was a different name when we started with Amplifund. And as a part of that, we lumped it all and said that's a board decision. In the past, it wasn't considered part of community funding / the grant project, commissioner grant process. So that's the reason why it stands out separately. But again, last year, I think we made a request of $350,767 one-time funding. I don't know if you want to use it. I think we can use fund balance for it, or we can use some leftover ARC funding, depending on what's the leftover balance.
And so in that 350, this is made up, there's nothing on the community funding right now that ties over to that. This is specific to matching funds for their programs like the senior aging program, the SET program, the senior games, as well as our membership to the Council of Government.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
I didn't understand that last question, because they had it on the community funding too. They're listed on there.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, they're listed for 350 on here, and then they got the 350 over here on the one time. So if you go halfway down past Miller Brewing, they're on there for that 350.
I think the question, Commissioner Adams, is do we want to leave it in our community
Right, that's
funding
what-
balance,
yeah.
or do we want to move it to where we're
Right.
supporting a Council of Government, not in a community funding request?
Well, I guess my question would be, this is an ongoing thing with the council government, so why wouldn't we put them in the general fund? Because that's the way it's going to be ongoing. It's not like then we have to come in every year and say, here's this one-time fund. It's not like senior agent and all of that's going away. And we've been funding them for 50 years. So I think that just needs to go into the general fund, take it out of either one of these one time or anything like that, because they have to do that planning. And we're actually probably one of the largest ones in that with these small municipalities, but it helps those small municipalities do grant funding and all of that they would not necessarily be able to do. So I think it should just go into general funding as a reoccurring expense. It shouldn't sit out there as a one-time item.
Or the question would be, do we leave it outside of our community funding pot, the 1.4 million, and just fund it as, you can fund it with fund balance or however the county manager wanted, understanding it's under, if we put it in recurring dollars, then we're funding the recurring dollars against that.
Great, Bill.
And I apologize, it's just it was a new
Yeah.
process this year. And so since we have direction from the board, you will not see that going forward. But we did not want to start picking and choosing on, so that everybody could see the amount that was being asked by Mid-Carolina. Before, this was being treated as an outside agency, but because we had everybody go in there, I was wanting to be transparent.
So Board, are we okay with moving it off of the community funding request, so it would go kind of below that line, so it doesn't impact the $1.4 million that we're gonna look to allocate, and let the staff look at how they pull it from fund balance or one time, so it doesn't impact the recurring dollars? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would it be your intention if we did that we would still review the appropriation annually?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with that.
One time, it's gonna come back to us every year.
I'm good as long as we still review the appropriation annually.
And then it's not baked into the budget.
I got you, okay. I'm good.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move forward with the COG, that's approved. All right, HOPE program, County Manager, can you, quick overview on the HOPE? I know we've gotten all the information, we've seen the success statistics around it, as well. Anything to add on the HOPE program?
I'm turning this over to Talbot, Chief of Staff. He handles all of this
All
one.
right. Tell us the successes.
It's a successful program. This program started officially, the board executed that contract in February of 2023 as a subaward for $2 million. And of course, as any program, it takes time to, get a program up and running. And so it did take some time to pull the staff together and the program together, but it's been a successful program. They've suddenly sent us, so we do require, because of subaward, they are sending in performance metrics every time they send a funding request. We got to the end of the subaward period. Nobody's fault. A lot of things are moving, and so that subaward did end in December 31st of 2025. And so there was a request that came back through FTCC, and I brought that request back to the board, and the board approved the remaining balance of that $2 million, which was $183,000. And so they've already sent an invoice against that for $45,000, so we're spending that down. So if that continues, we're looking at about, I think I just got one, we're looking at the end of June, the end of September for that funding to be completely expended as well. But it's of course, I won't go into it, but it's a jobs training program where individuals are being connected to trades, people who are low to moderate income as well, being connected to trades, they're being connected to employers, and so it's really a pipeline program that folks are able to go receive a stipend, secure a job, and otherwise go on and be successful with their lives and their careers.
And this is in partnership with Fable Tech.
Fable Tech, did I not say, I'm sorry, that's what I should start by saying. It's a partnership with Fable Technical Community College.
Commissioners, questions on this one? Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Dr. Schroels for being here and for his leadership in this. I know he's kept the board, and myself included, really up to speed on this program. So I think it's something that we do need to look at. I just want to make sure, because I want to be fair across the board as I ask the questions. This program's sole source of funding is this appropriation, correct?
I don't know if Fable Tech has assigned other funding towards it, but I know Cumberland County has to date allocated $2 million of what was originally ARPA dollars out of our $65.1 million. But then when that subaward ended, I moved it over. We allocated freedom capacity dollars, which is how it's currently funded.
Okay, so it is a freed up capacity program.
It is, yes, sir.
And if we move forward with the allocation today, we would have some potential dollars left we could allocate from there.
Within freedom capacity. So again, a lot of movement. So if the board were to make a decision today, I would look for, again, programs that have concluded, as well as what I have right now is the interest dollars. And so again, when we come back and flush everything out at the end of the fiscal year, there may be some other fundings, but if I had to tell the board today that there's funding available, I would be looking at unallocated as well as interest income.
Mr. Chairman, I would be in support of moving this forward with that direction, that we would ask the county manager to look at those funding sources denoted by Mr. Vaught first.
Any commissioners, any discussion around that? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
And I do understand. These are our partners. I mean, I understand when we asking for that out of the community funding with those nonprofits, because we can't really you're not necessarily going to see what's going on, but their sources, there's probably some state sources in there, maybe some federal, and I would want them to go. I know there's some golden leaf money and all of this stuff. But if we're going to start going to our partners and saying how much you make, what you're doing, I don't know that we want to get down that far to be able to do that. I think we allocate it. It's a good program. Those are good programs, and just let them move. Especially these institutions, they've got a lot of stuff to do. That's just me. That's not taking apart from anybody, but.
Vice Chairman Jones, and then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Adams.
Anything else, Vice Chairman?
That's it.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I wasn't speaking to the alternate funding sources on the direction I gave. Mr. Vaught had made it clear that he was going to go through the process, the budgeting process, Mr. Chair, and that he believed that there may be some unallocated funding and freed up capacity or some interest income, I believe is what he said. And as they go through the budget process, all I'm asking is that we seek to use those dollars first, Mr. Chair. That's all I'm asking.
And so I think as we look at these, what I'm calling one-time dollars, I think we let board give us their best. This is going to come from unfunded or freed up capacity. And when I say freed up capacity, that includes the $1.8 million of interest or fund balance. And you would just defer that we use freed up capacity first.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody have any issues with that? Bottom line, we're going to look to fund it, and it'll be a one-time expenditure.
Well, my thing was, if you go ask the money from the hub, the additional sources, you either do it here or you don't do it at all. That was what I was saying. Either you didn't do it here to ask if there were some additional sources that Federal Tech was getting. So I'm just saying, either we're going to be consistent, either we're not going to ask anybody, we're going to ask everybody. And my thing would be not to ask anybody, because they're our partners and institutional partners. We funded them these large sums of money, and we're not asking for those. So that was the only thing I was saying. Let's just, if we're going to do it, do it. If not, let's not do it. And I don't think we should do it. Thank you.
Any questions around, do you want to add it to the FTCC one? To work consistent, or do you not want to see it at all?
I would just say, Mr. Chairman, the difference is we do approve and allocate the FTCC's budget. So that does make it a little bit different as we're looking through that. But I'll default to whatever the will of the board is in general.
So I think for the purposes of moving through the budget, because we're not going to get that information, I think if we can agree to the dollar amounts, and then we can follow up with the additional information as needed or as requested. Do you have something, County Manager?
Either one.
We do have the FSU information. We can.
And I'm sure I can have Dr. Souls come up and give you the FTCC.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
So go ahead, County Manager, why don't you go ahead and let us know what the FSU information is.
Assistant County Manager, Faith Phillips.
Absolutely. So I just stepped out and called Mr. Fountain from FSU, so I appreciate him taking my call. He was on the road, so he's going to send me more information via email as soon as he gets back to Fayetteville State. But he did mention that the city is also a funder of the hub, and that is an allocation of $250,000, and that they would be upping the request to the city to $450,000 this year due to some federal funding changes that are affecting the program. And I can forward that email to the board when I get it from Mr. Fountain.
Thank you. If Dr. Sorrells would like and has the information, do you want to speak to the the HOPE program, sir? And if there is a blending of funds that go into that?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the support that you gave us with the $2 million. We've had great success with the program, and 66% of the participants that have completed have actually gone to work, or they're in advanced training now. That is every dollar you've given us turned into $8.25 new wages in the community. All of the faculty salary that teaches the classes come from state money. All of the support money for recruitment as well as success coaches come from state money. The money we use here is just for the students' tuition and for the internship stipend that students get.
Thank you, Dr. Sorrells. Board, are we good with continuing to move forward both of those items? All right. Next item is the youth council and board. The reason is $49,430, but based on our model, so this Fayetteville Cumberland County Youth Council is paid for, is jointly paid between the city and the county, and I'm gonna let, if I get in front of my skis, county manager or ACM Phillips, I'll let you discuss it, but the way that these dollars are paid is they're paid out of our payment to the city as part of our Parks and Rec. As we know, we want to ensure that our dollars for Parks and Rec go to certain things, and so this probably needs to be, or it doesn't probably, it needs to be a general fund allocation, or we can do it in a one time and then come back and look at how we move it into the budget, but we need to have a revenue source if we want to continue with the Cumberland County Youth Council. Questions on that? Commissioner, Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not actually a question, but it is a comment. I certainly want to be in support. They're doing great things. We need to support our youth, and they're definitely positive individuals. And so I would like to see about us finding a way to utilize and make sure that there are reoccurring dollars for this particular program. As we know that, for those that don't know, the Fayetteville Community, Fayetteville Cumberland County Youth Council, that is no doubt made up of several ambitious and productive, positive youth throughout all schools in Cumberland County. And Tashika Smith is the coordinator director, doing a great job over there. And I think that certainly we do need to make sure that we are investing in our next generation. And I personally would like for us to see about finding a way to not only increasing that amount, but finding where we can have reoccurring dollars to ensure that that program stays up and running effectively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the Vice Chairwoman Jones. It's a good program. I think we need to continue funding it. For this year, I would ask if the board would consider one-time funding and allow staff to find long-term funding as we finalize the Parks and Rec agreement with the city and the budget as well.
I concur, Mr. Chairman.
Board, is there consensus around this? So we'll look at one-time funding for this year and then look at in future years how we try to wrap it into recurring funding. All right, so we've got consensus around Youth Council. The barbershop program, County Manager Greer, just a quick highlight over that. I think everybody knows what it is, and then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Adams.
You may want to, well, this is the program, one of the programs we suspended, $187,351. The program has been successful, but again, we didn't have the funding, recurring revenues to fund it. The recommendation of one-time funding, we could find that, but I'll turn it over to Commissioner Adams.
Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
This is a program that saves lives. It is 187, I guess it's just like everything else. I would rather it be in general funding going forward, but that the program doesn't die, take the one-time funding and look toward moving it into the general fund next year. But I think that one, the Connected Care, they're both there together. When you're talking about $187,000 to be able to save some lives, I think that's kind of a drop in the bucket when we're looking at it. And it actually should be in the general fund and moving forward. And I got my hair cut the other day in the barber. I'm going to tell you. Now, I was in the barber shop with him, and he talked about the program because he's a part of the program. He still charged me for my haircut, though, so I don't know. And he took it all off, too. But anyway, I would ask that, I know we got it down as a one-time, but I think for $187,000, we could find some funds to put it in there as a reoccurring, because they need to be able to plan for the future in terms of that. And I hope we would get to the point of enlarging the program. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions on this or comments?
I know the manager can find some money.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a wonderful program. I'm not so, my question would be, to be quite frank, since the Uber one's coming right underneath it, can some of those fundings, they kind of, I don't mind the program itself, but $187,000, I was hoping, to be quite frank, maybe some of those fundings could go to the Uber program. I'm just I'm just being honest, $187,000, I was thinking more like maybe 130,000, and some of that additional can go because, as I emphasized before, women's health care, Ubers and transportation costs a lot of pregnant ladies. That's 60,000, unless we're gonna find some additional money for that. I was hoping that maybe we could compromise, still support the barbershop program, but some of those fundings I was hoping could go towards the Uber program.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank
I'll
you,
come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it would be my position that we take the manager's recommendation on the barbershop program, but I would be in agreement with the vice chair on the Uber program, that we fund that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll take one at a time. Barbershop program, I'll come back around to you, Commissioner Adams.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if we need to find some money, then we take some of those unfunded positions, those unfunded positions from DSS to put this program in there. Those aren't being used right then and there, but I think that program is one that needs to exist the next 3. So when we talk about those funded but vacant positions, because we have to use those dollars to be able to fund that position, take 2 of those positions, and we can fund these positions right here. And then you don't lose that if you're talking about taking some funds from these positions to move to other positions.
Anything else?
No.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and actually, well, we're going to keep that in place, which I don't have a problem. Perhaps we should consider using money from the ARP, that money that I was discussing earlier, then we don't have to worry about moving money from one to another, and then we could possibility use some of that money to increase the Uber program from the ARP. Again, as I stated, women's health care is very important, making sure that these ladies get to their appointments, as that's what show that is who is using these Ubers to get back and forth to their doctor's appointments. And so maybe we can definitely look into, if we're not going to be using the fund balance, maybe we can use some of those ARP dollars allocated, because we certainly need to make sure that both are just as important. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other questions or comments around this? A quick question for staff, county manager, whoever can. Are there results, or is there anything that comes from this program?
ACM schemes can answer that question.
So our data summary for last fiscal year is that we did 1,993 blood pressures. We did 44 outreach programs. Our average age reached is 35 through 44. Our top race reached is African American. And the top needs or behavior modifications were increasing physical activity, becoming better advocate of overall health, taking blood pressures, medicines as prescribed, and making and attending doctor's appointments, specifically around colorectal cancer.
Okay. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, how many participants did we have in the program? Partner participation, and then how much did each of them get allocated out of the program?
Ms. Skeens, go ahead.
So we have 20 barbers participating.
Okay.
That allocation of 187 funds one position, and then a stipend for each individual who participates in a conversation, takes the survey, and then comes back and provides additional information that they completed. Additionally, it provides for blood pressure cuffs, for all of the equipment to be able to have a healthy conversation about colorectal screening, pancreatic cancer, those kinds of things. But I don't have the specific breakdown on that additional question that you asked, which I can get.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may have a follow-up. So the 20 barbers participating, do they get any funding for participating in the program?
Yes, they get a stipend for participation.
But we don't know what that is.
Off the top, I don't know, but I can get it probably
Ain't
in about
any
5
that
minutes. No, it's a low amount.
It's real low.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there any consensus around, I've heard take the money to fund it at 130, I've heard fully funded, absorb one of the funded positions from DSS.
And I do have the stipend amount.
Go ahead.
It is $370 per month per barber based off of their number of healthy conversations per month. So they have to reach a certain level before they start getting that stipend.
Any consensus around this, board? Or we can put a pin in it and as we're figuring out DSS.
Mr. Chairman, it was my intent that, or it was my position that I take the manager's recommendation on this. I didn't know if that was one of the items that you listed out.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good program. I say good program.
All right, we'll put a pin in this one and we'll keep moving forward. Uber, 60,000. I believe we already know, we've had a conversation last time. Any discussion around this? Is there consensus to take the manager's recommendation or to leave it in? Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would support the Vice Chair's previous statement on this, that we look to one-time funding to allocate for this program this year.
Commissioner Patel.
I'd be in support of one-time funding on the Uber request. I just ask that we try and maybe recoup some of that money from the MPO.
County Manager Greer.
Yes, we looked into that. We have a plan for probably next fiscal year regarding it. I guess next budget fiscal year, it'd be fiscal year 28. Looking to use those funds for this program.
All right, consensus to unpause that program or maintain that program and identify the funding source for it in this budget, one time. All right, general consensus around that. We'll move to Connected Care. The recommendation is to pause this program, $1.4 million. Over the weekend or in the last set of RFIs, staff provided us additional information with an alternate recommendation from staff at about $736,000 would be an alternate recommendation if we wanted to look at that to unpause this program. So I will open it up for discussions. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, I would like to say perhaps the board could consider the abolished positions from DSS. Perhaps we can use some of those abolished positions to fund some of that of Connected Care. I don't know if that could be a consideration, but that might be something we might want to consider.
So, County Manager Greer, the abolished positions, that funding they're not funded positions, so there's no funding associated with those abolished positions.
No, we would just have to, this would be one-time funding, fund balance, or some other source that we would find to use it.
Or Vice Chairman, so if we go from the 61 abolished to the 27 abolished, and those are funded positions, you could take some of the, you're saying take it from there?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. County Manager Greer?
Right now, the 61 positions are not funded in the budget.
Correct.
So for this program, we would just use one-time funding for it. Yeah.
I think the point is if we went back to the 27 abolished and you fully funded the 102, you could unfund, you could make one of the 102 unfunded versus funded.
Exactly.
And be able to fund it. I think that's where, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Vice Chairman.
No, that's correct.
All right. And that's what I get, it'd be one-time money. I'm just trying to clarify what the ask was.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting way to do it, but it's still one-time. All right. Board, any questions? Board, any questions or any additional comments around the alternate recommendation? County Manager Greer, if ACM Skeens can talk to that. Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm fine. You will go ahead.
So what we tried to do over the weekend was provide an alternative, scaling down, removing some of the vacant positions that haven't been filled and unfunding those positions. There are 2 positions that we plan in the health department that we plan to move to WIC and cover under the WIC budget. And so that removes, and those are under the positions cut, so that removes the two individuals, the nutritionist and the processing assistant for. The other three positions are primarily a DSS function position and would need to be moved back into the DSS and a vacant position potentially if there's one available. So our proposal is at the top of the information. I think you received the spreadsheet at the top of $736.32 to fund a scaled down version of Connected Care.
Commissioners, questions on that for ACM Skeens?
Mr. Chairman, we're in the Health and Human Services business. When we're talking about Connected Care, Uber, and the barbershops, it's keeping people alive, and that's what we do on a daily basis. That's what counties do. And just to nickel and dime these programs is just not the right way to go when we're talking about the health of our community and what our community needs to do. We need to fund, mine is funded at the 1.4 and the 60 and the 187 because those are things that make our community better, makes it healthier, and keeps people alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And I think, not to put words in County Manager Greer's mouth, but I think based on direction of the board, if he looked to balance the budget and take care of people, not cut people, but potentially pause or on programs.
Yes, Chairman, and I will reiterate, I didn't want to have a different conversation.
Well, and I do understand that.
You're recognized, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. But if people die and we don't get the taxes, you ain't gonna need any of that. It's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other one, but we are in the Health and Human Services business. We can do the hubs, we can do all of these things, but at the end of the day, it's taking care of our community and taking care of our people. Be they staff, be they employees, be they people in the community, it's about people. And that's what we can't ever forget, that it's about people. We can do all the economic development we want, but if they're dying with their boots on, it just doesn't matter.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm definitely in agreement. We definitely need to make sure we take care of our people, and even if that means for these programs to stay up and running, that we use our fund balance as something we, again, I don't want to reiterate that it's been used for 10 years, but if it's going to be a situation from saving lives or having to pull from one pocket to another, I appreciate the staff. They do a great job, Mr. Greer, and the complete finance team, as well as all our other executive team members. I know that sometimes we do have to go back and recalculate or reconfigure, but for something as important as this, as we all are in agreement that we want to take care of our community, even if it means going back and reconfiguring some numbers and considering using fund balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, in looking at fund balance as well, I think Commissioner Adams brought up another avenue, along with Vice Chairman Jones, on looking at vacant positions that could be utilized.
I'm okay. The equation for the vacant positions, I have to go through on paper and pen and paper, but I understand.
I understand.
Okay, you got it.
Commissioners, other questions on this one? Board, the only thing I would caution is, we've spent a lot of time talking about DSS positions and the importance of them, and to start moving money from unfunding a vacant position, which our DSS director says they needed, I think is a slippery slope. And so I would caution us not to do that. If we're going to unfund a position, unfund it, but we don't need to, I would just caution us, as we're having the discussions around DSS, we need to have that DSS discussion and then look at our programs and fund them. If we're going to fund them with fund balance or fund them with an alternate source, but not tie it back to a position. I think that is, I just think it's a slippery slope, Board, and I'll leave it at that.
But, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I was about to raise my hand there. I would, you always got to put something on the table to move the needle a little bit. Fund balance, general fund balance is the best way to go on that. The fund balance, to be able to do that and to take care of these and have that conversation as next year. You never know what your budget's going to look like and how the economy might look like.
I'll offer one other thing, Board, as we're deliberating, because we're relatively close now, and I know we're supposed to be done at 3 o'clock, but we'll take we're going to take a recess here in a little bit, but I'd like to try to push through and finish this as close as we can get it today, so we owe some numbers back from DSS. But the other point, or from the DSS numbers, not from DSS, the other point that I'll make is the decisions we're making today, that we're talking about freed up capacity, and we're funding things with, those dollars will not be there next year. So I just want to we need to be thoughtful that at some point, we're either going to pay now or pay later, and we need to be thoughtful in our decisions that it may feel good to fund a program now, but you're looking at the impact that it's going to have. We're going to have to make budget decisions next year, and whoever's sitting in these seats. All right, Board, is there, Commissioner Tyson, you recognize?
Thank you. And to kind of weigh in on that sentiment too, Mr. Chair, we have been told that there is some more financial implications coming from some federal legislation that nobody's comfortable giving us a recommendation on until October. So it may be something that we're facing in this budget, not just next year's. And Mr. Chair, I just think, we got to really, as a board, see where we're going to target and prioritize this funding and really put that where it counts. I just think it's, like you said, it's disingenuous, in my opinion, to ask DSS to give up this position or that position and take their funding to fund this kind of program. Mr. Chair, we gotta keep the main thing, as the manager likes to say, and we gotta fund our priorities first, Mr. Chair. So, I agree, Mr. Chair. I yield my time back.
All right. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we're absolutely right. We don't know where we will be at, none of us, or what's going to happen from the higher level to the lower level, but what we do know is fund balance is there, and so I still stand by. I was giving other options, but of course I stand by fully funding that of what was requested for DSS, as they are first responder positions, and we do know that we have fund balance, and we do know it is crucial to save lives of what we can for 2026, as all these programs do just that, save lives. We know not the time and now for 2027. I know we have to be cautious with saving money, but what we have to be even more conscious of is saving lives now in the present. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Is there any consensus around what to do on connected care? I understand from Commissioner Adams, see 1.4 million. Is there any consensus around the alternative recommendation from staff?
Mr. Chair, I stand with the manager's original recommendation.
Okay. We've got a 1.4, and we've got an original recommendation to pause the program. Is there any other consensus around that? Vice Chairman Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I say that we continue with the program and revisit. Again, I appreciate the finance team, but revisit what it would look like to fund it as needed, as it is an excellent program that's helping save lives. And that if we have to use fund balance completely for this full amount, as well as completely for the other jobs at DSS, I am for using fund balance, as we are in crucial time to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Board, does it make sense that we hold this now, unless we want to say no until we figure out the DSS positioning? Because if you unfund this, it's $1.4 million fully funded that would offset what we're looking to do with DSS. But Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think to make the most fiscally sound decision, we'd probably need clarity on what we're going to do with the DSS positions, because that will be a direct impact to our fund balance. So,
I agree.
All right, so until we understand the picture on DSS, until we get the numbers and have the DSS discussion, once we finalize DSS, then we'll come back to connected care.
We should, and I guess,
recognize, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, we should have done that on the other ones that we put up in the general fund up there, if that was going to be the issue. I don't understand why we funded those and halting these not even in.
There's none of them halt. I think the question is just getting that picture of DSS. We're still going to move through it.
No, I'm just saying we funded these up here, and so I don't understand. We fund outside sources and our folk that we taking care of, and I do believe in those programs too. But I believe in these too. I think
Don't
I'm leaving
talk,
all of them, don't I?
Commissioner Adams, don't talk everybody out. It's still on the table.
That's 228,000, I'll move it down here.
Commissioner Adams, remember what you said earlier, it's still on the table.
All right.
So unless it goes off the table, it's not gone.
When it
So
gets above-
let's keep moving forward.
It gets above
Vice
half a
Chairman
million,
Jones.
I mean, you kind of beat me to it. That was my concern. Definitely, we have all the programs, we respect partners and all that, but this is a program, one of our programs, through DSS and through the Public Health Department. So I hope we are going to put that in the parking lot, because we moved forward and funded all these other programs respectfully that are helping the community, but we certainly don't want to come up short of that in county programs, the Public Health Department. So I have a concern, I definitely have a concern about that. They weren't put on pause. That's why I stated, I still stand by. If we have to go back to drawing board, I mean, we certainly respectfully did that last year when we fully funded the school system. We had to take it back, but we made a way. I am for fully funding this program, let the record state, and that of all for DSS, as they're both important and crucial positions, and we do have fund balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and again, we're not saying we're leaving it on pause, we're not saying we're doing anything with it, it's just, we're just gonna keep moving because we don't have general consensus on it. It's not off the table, so it's not, we're still looking at it. The next item, Justice Services position, this is just something that I requested last time, wanted to understand the Justice Services in just different conversations and understanding their role and how it plays as we look to right-size entities, like we're having this vigorous discussion around DSS. I just wanted to understand the Justice Services cost. This was stood up about 4 years ago, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, approximately. Several of the positions were stood up with grant funding. We did come back last year for the START program.
I'm talking about the foundation of the foundation of Justice Services as a department.
Yes.
Was stood up about 4 years ago.
Yeah,
So
about 4 or 5 years ago, yes.
Right. And so looking at the data that was provided, the cost of that, and that doesn't eliminate any of the programs that Justice Services does, it's just the management, those as they would before would fall back under the people that were managing those roles before. So when you look at the grant program, it rolled up under one of the ACMs. When we look at some of the coordinators, they were directly to the judges, even though they were grant positions. You look at JCPC, even though they don't run JCPC, they're the liaison, that would roll back up under an ACM as it had previously. So my question was, we were looking to right-size different positions or different departments, like we've been having a lot of conversation around DSS. I wanted to understand the Justice Services. What I gathered, correct me if I'm wrong, ACM or Assistant Manager Shaw, it was about $685,000 just for those positions. Doesn't eliminate any programs that we're providing, doesn't eliminate, it's just the staff oversight or the staff positions that are there.
It's about, that were without the grants, is about $690,620.
Say that again.
$690,620.
Okay.
And that's without any potential COLAs.
So board, again, the reason why I asked it, as we're looking at these other departments, vacant positions, unfunding positions, abolishing 27 positions in departments, in just my 18 months here, trying to understand what that does and the impact versus how it was before, and looking at right sizing government. I'll go to Commissioner Tyson and Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I would like to look to roll those back and to recoup that savings, Mr. Chair, from that department. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, that whole department was created because of the inefficiency of all of those things. There was no coordination, and at the end of the day, again, you do it up at the front end or you at the back end. These court systems, and I will tell you, the director over at Justice Services with the grants that she got, these courts would get a grant and then they lose their funding and they wouldn't have the requisite people to work, which is their directors and stuff. And when Assistant Manager Shaw was shaking her head. And it was just, and we ended up having to spend more money trying to get those programs with those judges going. You still had the pretrial service. All of this kind of comes into, and I guess the Justice Services model was, they looked all over the country, kind of Mecklenburg, Wake, and those, is to put all of that up under one umbrella to be able to do that with JCPC and everything. It took away, at least for the Assistant County Manager, the day-to-day operations of JCPC. That's a major kind of thing to be able to do. Because you still had to have another person. It was kind of interesting that it was almost ran by Cindy, who was in the county manager's office, and she wasn't getting paid, and she was doing that extra work and stuff. So it kind of brought it all together to be able to make it a lot more efficient. And I think the court system runs a whole lot better. We talked to our judges and those that are in it. They were in the sheriff because it has a direct correlation with the jail and what they do in terms of pretrial services and all of that. So I think you might think we moved this 600-some thousand out, and so we can just move that out and let these programs go back. I think we're going to end up finding that it's going to cause more chaos and cost us more at the end than it does here at the front for that $600,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams, and thank you for the feedback. You were here when it was set up.
Yeah.
Vice Chairman Jones, did you have a comment?
No comment at this time. Thank you, sir.
And I will just say, I mean, again, and I hear the justice side or the court side. I have had those conversations with the courts, and there is some frustration on how this has been run. And so it may not be as efficient as we all think it is. You know, I had an old Sergeant Major tell me, keep your boots muddy, and what it means by that is you go down and talk to people. And I know you're in the courts every day, Commissioner Adams, and others, but I don't know if it's working as efficiently as it could be, which is why I wanted to understand the model that it was working before, as well as the grant side, as well as JCPC is run really through grants, and there's this 685 there isn't a JCPC position in here. That's a grant funded position.
No.
There's a JCPC coordinator position.
But it's state funded.
We only receive $15,000 for administration of that program.
But before, we just supplemented that with local funds and it reported to an ACM.
It was performance.
Before it originated in finance.
Correct.
And I was in finance. And then it got brought upstairs when the budget got separated from finance. But then there were some issues and it went to Cindy Tucker at the county manager's office because I believe that's what the state wanted at that time to clean up some stuff. And so JCPC was ran, it started in finance, and then it came upstairs to the county manager's office.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a JCPC liaison and also someone who used to be a court counselor, you're either going to get it from the back end, I do agree with Commissioner Adams on that, or the front end, but I do think that funding is well provided, because as we do have to be, we have a lot of at-risk, and to be quite honest, respectfully, not giving people salaries, there is a small, we know that we have a coordinator working that position. I think there's only one other person that's working with her, and now that you all have stated that most of their staffing money, from their salary comes from us, and knowing the importance of JCPC, juvenile crime prevention, and just the juvenile system in itself, it's probably best that we just leave that money where it is for now. We're a shortage of staff when it comes to the at-risk youth, when it comes to the judicial system, and to be quite frank, respectfully, we're on one of the lower tadpoles of what we pay individuals that work in the system when it comes to juvenile justice. So I think we should just leave that money where it's at for the support of our court system and our juvenile at-risk.
Board, and I don't have a I'm sorry if I shared it. Board, I don't have a recommendation. I wanted the information. It was brought back, so I wanted to make sure we talked about it at this meeting. Commissioner Adams.
And Mr. Chairman, and I think I've had conversations with about everybody. I think everything needs to be looked at, but not in a short period of time. I think that we look at it for the next budget cycle to see if it really is what we think it is, or is there another cost-saving measure or whatever it is that we do, but that we look at it in that next, let this go out, because we're just trying to say we're gonna do this, and I don't know how we pull it apart like that, without that funding, but is to revisit it and see if it's working the way we need to do, or whether we need to put some more parts in it, take some parts out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, I can assure you that I didn't just wake up yesterday and look at it.
I
It's
know.
what I do as a commissioner
Right.
and what I've been doing for the last 18 months, and
Right.
that's why I asked the question.
Well, for the whole
So,
board,
I
I mean,
understand,
yes.
but that's
Mhm.
why I'm not asking for action. I wanted the information, and all the board needed to get the information. So it can be something that we take a look at over time, as well as other things that we should be looking at. All right, so no action on that one. We'll leave that one, just kind of hold that for now, unless there's board action or we want to revisit it before we finalize the budget. Board, let's take a 10-minute recess, come back at 3:45, and we're going to try to push through. We've got to come back, hopefully we've got the the DSS information.
We'll try to get with them right
Okay, if we don't have the DSS information, we come back. If we do have it, we'll work to resolve the DSS or find consensus. And then, if we don't have that, then we'll move to, if there's any update on the COLA, and then we'll move to community funding. All right, we're at recess for 10 minutes. Thank you, board. We'll go ahead and come back out of recess. County Manager, are we ready to look at the DSS discussion?
Yes, we are, Chairman Daniel.
We have,
I'm going to have Deputy Budget and Performance Officer Gaffney Smith come up and present this item.
Okay, good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so
Excuse me.
the total fund balance that could partially be used to put all of DSS's 75 positions that they requested back in would be around $3.4 million.
And we checked that number with,
So-
just with DSS.
so that is the local dollars, not including the state.
That's the
Yes, sir, local dollars.
And so then the 45, the 45 funded positions in the recommended budget is what dollar amount?
One second.
And then we also discussed earlier the cost savings or the difference of the abolishing 27 versus 61.
That's kind of what we did. I will go ahead and tell you what we did. We
Okay.
took the 61, we took what was in the county manager's recommended budget
Okay.
of 61 abolished,
Okay.
41 unfunded.
Yep.
And then we took what the DSS request was, 27 abolished with 75 positions.
Correct.
And the net of all that is 3.4 million.
Mr. Chairman.
Question, John Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that 3.4 million is with all the 120 positions, correct?
It's with the 75 positions minus the 27 abolished positions.
What's the cost of the 45?
That's what she's looking at that right now, because that's already built into the budget.
Give me just one second, I'm sorry. Got a lot. I don't have that figure right now. My apologies.
I'm
Okay?
sorry.
We can keep going on that one, I'm sorry.
Isn't the 45 already in the budget?
It's already in the budget.
Yeah, so
It's
that- I
already-
don't wanna get
and so
confused
it's
here.
locked down and it's hard to extract it out into
Yeah,
the
'cause it's
system.
that's already
is
in
what
the
it
budget.
is.
Thought there was a slide that showed what the dollar amount was.
That was the 41 unfunded positions.
Unfunded.
So we don't need additional money for the 45 because that's already
built
in the
into
budget.
the recommended budget.
All right.
And that piece is hard to extract.
But we still need that answer. Okay, so we're gonna work that. All right, so we'll pause on, we're not ready to go on to DSS. And before we move back to COLA, I think we've had some discussion around COLA. I do want to just, board bring up, I've got Botanical Gardens been sitting here for 5 meetings. And they had a submission that came in after the community funding was in, but this is kind of the realm of a capital. And it went to the entire board and it went to the management, but they were already in their budget process. So it's not on your community funding request, and it's not in it's not in the budget anywhere. But it was sent to the board, And so I know that we can bring up items, but I want to be respectful to the Botanical Garden staff who's been sitting here for, like I said, about 5 meetings. And address that funding request. So let me pull it up here. Board, did everybody get that one?
Is it on this list?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not on the community funding list. So the community funding closes in January. I believe that when the Botanical Garden was looking to do this and brought it forward, it was already past this community funding window. So they have emailed it in May, I believe. May 28th into the commissioners as well as staff, understanding the staff can't put it in their budget because they're already in the process. It would be our opportunity to bring it in if we want to have a conversation around it. So, board, while they are looking at that, did everybody have a copy of that email? I can forward it back, or I can forward the Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did get the email. I appreciate you sending that. So this request would be separate, because I think didn't we get one from Botanical Garden?
It's for their,
For 40,000?
it's for their, what program is it?
The education.
Education program. This is more of a capital, they're doing an environmental education pavilion.
Okay.
So think capital investment that they're doing. And so this was a request for support for that, like we've done other projects.
So the request would be the 500 plus the 40 for the program?
Correct.
So, gotcha, okay.
But what we're looking at now that hadn't been entered in is the 500,000 for funding from Cumberland County to support the design and construction of a new 4,200 square foot environmental education pavilion.
Okay, I'm with you.
So discussion around this, and I know I'm not gonna, discussion around this item. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think given the amount that's been asked for this consideration, I'd like to maybe hear from the county manager on how we fund this.
County Manager, any just additional thoughts, not that you'll be held to them, but any thoughts around this? Is this like other capital programs?
Yes, I think we could.
Let me let him finish and I'll come to you.
Well, the only reason I was trying to see if they needed it all at one time over a couple of years, which might change his answer if they say, I need it over the next 3 years, but that's, yeah.
Board, before you answer, County Manager, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But if you're comfortable, because I want to be respectful, but I also don't want to deviate from our protocol.
Right. Yeah.
I do have, the Executive Director is here, Chief Executive Officer is here. If we want to allow him 2 minutes to give us an overview and answer any questions. You got any issues with that, Board, while we're still looking through DSS? All right. Mr. Hoffman, if you will come forward to the mic. A very elevator speech, and then let us ask any questions around it.
Thank you all for your considerations. The aspects of the garden is certainly known as the venue space, tourism development-wise, the location that we have, along I-95. The programs that we have are bringing in 23,000 people, including our community garden events. The other one is economic development. We're part of the arts community, brings in $72 million. From a governmental standpoint, that brings in $6.1 million. The aspects of Cumberland County and the effects of having the quality of life of having that area, and then from a funding standpoint of the environmental education, is it really goes towards what we like to say is our Title I community programs on environmental education. Preferably, what we found, we first started this out in 2022, and it was $3 million. Inflation with construction costs is going up to 4.2. Ideally, we would get this in a shorter time frame, and it's $500,000 request. The longer we push out on being able to build it, guess what happens? The more the construction cost goes up.
We'll take a couple questions. Board, I want to just kind of keep it tight so we keep our questions short to the point. Commissioner Adams.
Now, I just have two questions. You need the 500, but you probably have some funds up already. So if you do 250, 100 over whatever period of time, which is what we've done with some of the other programs as opposed to just giving the whole 500 you can't spend right now anyway, but that for your other grant people, you can say they've committed to 5 over a 2-year period of time or whatever period of time that is to be able to, because in order to get other funding, you got to show you got that. And I think the county's good for their money on that. So does that work? And then you can go to the TDA over there and ask them for some money.
Right. So 500,000 over 2 years would be very beneficial for exactly what you're saying. It would show support that then we can turn around and go to other funders and ask for them to support it in kind.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
That's all I have.
Commissioner Patel, did you have something? Sorry. Commissioner Tyson, I'll come to Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to Commissioner Adams' point, he does have a timeline here in the email we sent. And there's actually, it looks like there's 5 different phases. So we could break the money out over each phase and give just break it down 500 divided by 5 and then give them that allotment through each phase.
It's 2 years. 2 years total.
Yeah, but there's 5 phases to the project over 2 years.
I got you.
So, you just break down the 500 over, so it'd be 100,000 at site investigation, 100,000 at project design. Each time they hit that milestone, we can fund it that way. And that lets it go so as they're moving along with their project, they're getting that funding as they're moving along.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking on the same lines as Commissioner Tyson, but my question, I guess, what that would be, as we know with projects, how they sometimes will get stifled based on environment and development and whatnot. So I guess my question would be, could we just, I do like that idea though, 5 and 5, or could we just do an increment of, instead of waiting for them to hit that timeline, a specific, we would set the date. Because some projects get pushed on, but we would automatically set up a period of time that we would put for them to receive each amount of money. See what I'm saying? Commissioner Tyson, if you could be in agreement with that perhaps, or board discussion. Like in other words, as we know, our self-development projects sometimes get pushed back, whether or different things. So I would like that if the increments were giving and provided within that of 5 different payments, that you could say that we would set up, allocate that money just in case project did get pushed back, they knew guaranteedly the date of when they would receive the different 5 payments. If that would be.
It would be every 6 months, Vice Chair.
Okay, you're talking about every 6 months, I'd be fine with that if the board is fine with that.
We would be agreeable to the progression of the project and associated reporting back to y'all on our progress, and then getting additional payments towards it. Ideally, over the construction, once we start, is expected to take 2 years.
Commissioner Patel, questions?
I think my first question still hasn't been answered.
One question I would have, and this is just for our attorney, so we would need to structure this in a way that if Attorney Moorfield was sitting here, he'd be telling us that he'd have to structure this a certain way from a contract, much like we've done with other projects, to include the medical school. We look at this as an economic development project. We've heard the economic development dollars, so we're investing in the economic development and the impact that we see in the community, from sales tax revenue to job creation to those things. So we would need to structure that contract that way like we have other ones. But I guess what I'm hearing is $100,000 or, $500,000 over 2 years, structured in 6-month increments at $100,000 each. And then we'd look for one-time spending on that, either putting it in our, wherever we fund it from, if it ends up in our pay-go or ends up, we'll let the county manager come back and tell us where he's going to put it. Board, are we okay with that?
That would impact this budget to extent of 100 plus 100, $200,000.
Yes, sir.
This budget.
Commissioner Adams, is that everybody good, board? Good with that? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
All right, thank y'all for your consideration.
That's 5 days worth of work, so thank you for being here.
I gave them 100,000 in my position.
All right, are we ready to talk DSS?
I believe we are.
All right.
Okay, the 49 positions, 45, 49, systems is showing 49 now, it would be $3.4 million.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
3.4 million.
For which ones?
The 49 positions, Gaffney?
3.4 million. And the 75 are 3.4?
75 positions is 75 positions is 2.6 million. I gave a net number.
Yeah, that's the
Of
net
the
revenue.
commission, of the 75 positions minus the 27 positions, the cost of the county would be 1.6. But then he just asked me what was the 75 positions itself.
You say 1.6?
3.4 would be the cost to the county on that, because it's a net, it just happened to be, it could just be the number, but we've dumped the system of what is sitting in the system in central budget is 3.4 million for the positions that are funded.
The 49.
49.
Which was 45, but it's 49.
It's 49 because
Yeah,
this systems came down.
All right, Commissioner Tyson, you're
I
recognized.
think that was going to be my question. So,
It's coincidental.
so there's another 4 positions that have vacated since we had the manager's recommended budget. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but she was updating it. At first it was 49, but she was updating, but at the recommended budget it stopped. Am I correct, Gaffney? Or we've done some adjustments to the sheet? Because there's people sitting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Just so I can be clear then, so we're looking at 3.4 million, that's correct, we stated for 120 positions, correct? And then is that not correct?
For the 61 positions,
Yes.
and Gaffney, correct me if I'm wrong, the 61 positions that were unfunded and the 41 positions that were unfunded was a total cost of $5.1 million.
And that's before
Hold on,
the.
hold on.
Go ahead.
That's
Go ahead,
what
Ms.
is
Fairclough.
sitting in the budget. That's not sitting in the budget because he did not recommend it,
But
was
that-
5.1 million.
But that's the number before the state and federal portion though, isn't it?
That's the county dollars, am I correct, Gaffney?
That's the total.
Total,
For
okay.
the revenue that.
So that nets you down to 2.6.
2.6, you're right, I'm sorry, 2.6, you're right.
Yeah, now,
Commissioner Fairclough, anything else?
I just want to make sure I got the same math she's got.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm confused too because, of course, I serve on this board and the liaison for the Social Service Board, and I was looking at my notes. And so my understanding is they have not been able to hire since May 27th. They're frozen positions. So are these numbers correct, or am I getting confused here? I don't know if I need clarification from Director Jackson because I'm getting confused now.
I think the numbers that were in the system, they just asked to freeze, am I correct? So that we would not be swapping out, because they could be hiring at a higher than what's sitting in the system. So we just asked for a freeze so that the system could reset. And we could keep up. There was too much movement going on.
So it was, you just asked her to freeze, to stop until we...
To stop the hiring.
Okay. So can you run those numbers by me again, please? 3.4 million, that includes 120 positions, is that not correct?
Gaffney, can you say it? You may say it better
Please.
than I can.
mean, I want to get clear on this before we start making these decisions.
Yeah.
The total that minus out the revenues that come from DSS, from federal and state, is 3.4 million that will be needed to cover the 75 positions.
Okay.
The 49 positions that she's mentioning is 3.7. That doesn't have any revenue reimbursement or anything. That's just what's sitting out there right now.
And that's the total.
Yes, that's the total. That doesn't have the revenue reimbursement.
If you take the revenue reimbursement of it, it's 3.6?
3.7.
3.4, it'll be 1.7.
It was
I promise.
3.7.
It
They
was
said
3.7?
3.4, which one is it?
It would be
3.7.
3.7? So we're talking about $1,850,000 approximately. That'll be the net cost to the county's general fund.
For,
For the 45 that are in there now, there's already budgeted.
I'm sorry.
They don't hit fund balance at all. The 75 is the amount that we need to be concerned about that's going to hit fund balance. And that dollar amount is
3.4 million.
3.4, is that net of reimbursement? Net of reimbursement. So that's the amount that we need to be worried about, the 75 going against the net reimbursement, going to going against fund balance of $3.4 million.
Well,
Vice Chairman, and then I'll go to Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. And it's actually 49 positions that's already in the budget, right?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
49 is already in the budget.
That's
And
what
you were
it said.
stating earlier, although we don't know as of now, because we won't know until October, we will be receiving money back from the state once DSS files, processes paperwork and all that. I know that may be subject to change if things go as I know there's no guarantee that we would like 50%. So-
Yeah, that's the part of the normal reimbursement process each month. The concern is, and in October, that reimbursement may change.
Okay.
It may be lower, it may be higher, we don't know, and we can't get a definite number from the state because of the big beautiful bill. And nobody wants to opine one way or the other on what that number would be. So I'm just saying, based on what we know now for July, August, September, we know that we'll get at least approximately 50% of any expenditure we have. The concern would be after October, what that impact would be.
And only if the position is filled.
Right, and only if the
Only if the
position
position
is
is filled.
right.
And if I can add, in information I've received, it's supposed to go from 50% to 75%. So it is going to be more cost burden on the county.
Is what they're looking at on the federal level. They'll decrease the reimbursement rate.
So, so for every dollar that we have, we're gonna have to ante up 75% for every field of those vacant positions.
You good, Vice Chairman?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Adams, and I'll go to Commissioner Patel.
but the manager just left. But in essence, we're looking at $1.4 million. If you tell me that you had 3.7, but the net is 1.8, that leaves about $2 million. And if you take that off, it leaves about 1.4 out of the 3.4, right? If I take 2 million, okay, so here's my math. You tell me the 49 was 3.7, right? But when you do the net, it was 1.8, which means there's $2 million, closer to me. I don't do the math.
Only if this position gets filled.
Right, but I mean, yeah, but these are already budgeted. These are budgeted, funded, so that's $2 million that's sitting there. So if you take the 2 million from the 3.4, it leaves you with 1.4 that you have to get to be able to do that.
It's 1.6 because.
Well, 1.4, 1.6 right in there.
Right,
Yeah,
well,
I'm getting 1.6, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
it could be one, but
1.67.
my math is 1.4, 1.6.
Yeah.
So you're looking for 1.6 additional money, not 3.4,
And that's where I got confused.
right? I mean, that's the math.
Yeah.
That's the math. I mean, so all you're looking for is an additional 1.6 and not 3.4, because you got the 2 on those net.
I'm not signing off on anything.
Commissioner Adams, anything else? I'm gonna go to Commissioner Patel, back to Vice Chairman.
That's just the math.
I don't think I'm gonna refute that in a second.
You refuse my math?
Yeah,
Because they're vacant positions, which means we can't draw down state and federal dollars unless they're filled positions.
Right, but I'm just,
So,
yeah.
no, so those dollars will
Right.
stay committed, so we don't have that additional $2 million. We have to say we have 3.4 committed from the general fund until those
Right.
positions are filled. Once
Right.
those positions are filled, then we can draw down. But we can't make that assumption. We have to go with a conservative number and say, we're committing $3.4 million. So it's not 1.4, 1.6.
sorry.
Commissioner Patel.
Whatever we do the math.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So,
That's what you told me.
Mr. Greer, for some clarification, just to make sure. So, in October, if the reimbursement does decline, and let's just use 25% as a example number, the 49 positions that are already in the budget, would those also, the reimbursement on those come down? So we'd have to cover that by another, let's say, another 25%.
No, I think that's already been factored into the recommended budget, because they're already sitting there. Everything that's been accounted for in the recommended budget, DSS has accounted for, along with budget staff.
Yeah, that's.
But even if the reimbursement rate changes?
Yes, is that not correct, Nikki? Or
Okay, so basically our reimbursement rate right now, we're using our standard reimbursement rate. In October, that's when the Big Beautiful Bill comes in, only for one program that we
SNAP.
had. It's not the full
SNAP.
DSS. So it's only a portion of the program. It may change our reimbursement from 50% to maybe 40%. But it's not going to change it so drastically to where
We just want to come up because we're on YouTube, we're recording. I'm sorry.
Ms. Jackson, can you go to the mic, please? It's just a SNAP program.
You better hold on to Nikki. She may be going somewhere else.
I told you.
Can't get through this first.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I would like to introduce, you know me, but I would like to introduce Nikki Ellis.
We know Nikki.
And Nikki is our accountant one over budget, and she's soon to be promoted to be a division director. Okay, so I think there's a lot of factors here, so I kind of kick it off.
Okay.
So I think let's probably clarify the one big beautiful bill. It only affects SNAP administration. Okay, so it's not all of the programs, and you would have to look at the SNAP positions that are currently vacant. And right now, on that list of SNAP vacancies, I can't look at it right now, but I think it's like 5 or 10 of those SNAP workers. And so the good news is that we don't see that reduction in the Medicaid positions and those kinds of things. So that's why we do not believe that the impact in October as it stands right now is going to be drastic. Because as it relates to those vacant positions, we're talking about reimbursement just for the vacant positions. Of course, we're going to look at a slight reduction in the current positions, including the cost allocation and indirect costs. And so SNAP is not our largest program. And so, again, there will be some impact. I don't want to minimize that, but we do not believe that it will be drastic, I guess is a fair statement.
Yeah,
is that a fair statement, Nikki?
Very fair.
And again, we do not have that formula or how that's going to work from the state. We would have to get a lot of that stuff, and we don't know if, we don't think they will, but there is requests at the General Assembly to help supplant and offset that cost as well. So we don't have all of that data or instructions on how we're going to be claiming those dollars and what the impact will be. Because it's a state reimbursement system and it's very, very complicated to draw down those revenues. And there's a lot of things that go into play. Because we can draw down reimbursement from everything from pens to the desk to the building to utilities, including the indirect cost plan for the county managers, any department that does any work for the county, internal services, landscaping, engineering, anybody that does anything for DSS, the county can also put it in the indirect cost plan, and we draw revenues from there. So the revenue process is very complicated. It's just not DSS revenue. It will affect across the county and any organization within the county that does work for DSS. We can draw it down. So it's not just positions that we draw down revenues for.
Questions on this part of
Yeah.
this explanation? Commissioner Patel.
So,
I'm just confused.
in theory, are you saying that we I don't know if I should open up that can of worms.
Other departments benefit from that. That's
Yeah.
what you're finna say.
Yeah, so you could subsidize
You subsidize one of those.
if you real. I'm good, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what you heard.
All right, other questions for Director Jackson?
We're talking.
All right, is everybody clear on the numbers side of this? 'Cause I don't think I'm actually clear, but are we saying, is it the 3.4 or the 1.6? That we're gonna have committed dollars if we fund the 75, I'm sorry, yeah, the 75 positions. The net is $3.4 million.
If we fund the 75 positions, Gaffney, listen to what I'm saying. If we fund the 75 positions, which is 2.6 after the net reimbursement, if we abolish the 27 positions, losing the revenue replacement, that is the net county dollars of about $1 million there. 958,000. Are you showing that, Gaffney? So the net against those two is 2.6. Is that about what you're getting, Nikki?
That's what we're getting.
Okay.
Back to mine.
That's just the answers to those questions, the 75 positions, the 27 positions. That's not, now, we can move to the 61 positions that's sitting in the budget.
Okay, but on the 2.6, that 2.6 is an increase of 2.6 million.
Right.
That is, when you say the net position of 75, we're still fully funding those 75. We are not taking out the state or federal drawdown. The offset, when you say net, you're netting out the abolished position.
I'm sorry, when I'm netting out the revenue reimbursement. The
But the revenue reimbursement from
It's the
the,
2.6. Yes, sir. Now, okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Now, if you want me to net against the 41 positions and 61 positions that's in the budget, right? Okay. What is currently sitting in the 41 positions, Gaffney, check me if I'm wrong, the 41 positions was at a cost of 2.3 million. The 61 was at a cost of 2.7, Gaffney, or 4.2 there?
4.2 it should be.
Okay. Okay.
But is the 61 just in the budget
It's not
also
in the
part
budget.
of the number of the 75, because you abolished those, right?
I hadn't gotten to the net,
Okay.
because we've got something in the system, and now we're having to
Take
pull
it
it back
out.
out, and until we really won't know until we run the scenario in the system.
So you haven't taken it out yet?
Taking out
I can't take out anything.
I mean,
until
I'm saying when you
get
say,
direction.
when you run the system, you all haven't done that yet, correct?
Right, I cannot touch the system until the board says this is adopted budget, because it's at commissioner level now.
Okay,
So,
so we don't have that number yet.
anything else?
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Tyson.
So I'm thoroughly confused now, because I heard the county manager say, and tell me if I'm wrong, that the 61 abolished positions and the 41 unfunded positions equaled $5.1 million.
That's correct. I've $5,114,561.50.
Yep.
That's what you got.
Okay, but if I take
That's the net cost. That's the net. When I'm saying net in this instance, it's after the reimbursement.
Okay.
Yes, I guess that's what I'm trying to.
But my point is, I'm sorry, Commissioner Tyson, my point is, so I get clarity, you can't take the federal and state dollars unless there's a body in that position. Is that correct? That's the question I'm at.
When the system came in, it had all the positions, so we had to back out that reimbursement.
I understand. So I'm looking at the 102, I'm looking at the 102 positions. I'm looking at the 102 positions, and it shows, I guess what I'm trying to get to is that 5 point. Go ahead, manager.
Okay.
Manager Greer.
I think I know what you're asking. Okay, so when we have to do the budget for DSS, and we have to balance the positions. So the funding sources for those positions is federal, state, and local dollars. In this instance, since we're budgeting against fund balance, the balancing entry for that would be, let's say for what we had last week, we had, it would be 6 million, it would be 2.9 million federal, 200,000, 270 state, and then 3.7 county fund balance. And on the expense side, that would be the salary and benefits. So the revenues technically are the federal, state, and county. The expenses are the salaries and the benefits. That net equation would equal zero. So back to your point, Chairman, we would have to budget the total amount as the revenues and then the expenses as the total amount also. So that total amount of the total amount would be in this, would be the expense that would be, if funded, or would be the total amount that would come through fund balance.
Correct.
In order for it to balance.
So we are.
That's the total, but the revenue source or the net reimbursement would have to come through fund balance, not the total expense. Because when we budget, the expenses on basically the income statement, but that county fund balance would be part of the revenues, and that's the part that's hitting fund balance, and that would be like $3.6 million. In this instance, with the 75, it would be approximately 2.6, 2.7. The rough math is about $2.6 million that actually impacts fund balance as a revenue source, because shortly, basically saying, I got federal and state funding to go out here, and I'm oversimplifying, buy my G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. I know it costs me $3 million, and this is an expensive one too, $3.7 million. I have revenues of 2.8 and $270,000. I need to fill the gap. The gap is $3.7 million, and that gap for me to get my G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip is $3.7 million. Okay, so that's the when we talk about spaghetti and making sausage, that's the part that the county, and that's where it is. I agree with you. The total expenses go hit the bottom line, but the net revenue that hits the fund balance is the $3.7 million.
But much like when we fund vacant positions, we fund payroll and benefits. In this case, you're telling me when we fund a vacant position, so these 102 vacant positions, we're only going to fund the county's portion. See, that's what I'm saying.
We're going to fund the whole thing.
We're going to fund the entire portion, and then once it gets filled, we'll get the reimbursement.
Right.
That's what.
I'm sorry.
Right.
That's what I've been saying. So in essence, we're going to commit $6.9 million, and as we fill those 102 positions, we're going to begin to get the $3 million back. But from our standpoint, we've obligated or committed $6 million of general fund dollars that we're locking up, waiting to get people in those positions so that we can get reimbursement from the state and federal. That's what I've been saying. So when we're talking about this, we can't talk about the net number because we're committing general fund dollars for the entire amount. So in this case, to fill 102 positions, we have to fund from wherever. We're going to commit $6.9 million of county dollars.
That's correct.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Okay. That's a big difference, y'all.
We need to get
That's a
different
big
boards
difference.
right on.
We do. We need a whiteboard here. That is a big difference when we start committing, obligating, because now I can't use the difference between $3 million and $6 million. That's $3 million that can fund some of Commissioner Adams' programs. It's a big difference. That can fund our COLA, that can fund bonuses, that can fund a lot of different things. Commissioner Franklin.
Okay. Yeah, that brings up two questions, and I've forgotten the second one already. But y'all gonna miss me. But the first one, the first one is, okay, of that 6.9, how many is already in that 45 in your recommended budget? How much is that 45 of that 6.9?
I was using a hypothetical, so.
Oh, that's not a real number.
That was the number last week.
Okay.
Let's do it this way, because I think we're trying to do it and we're rushing, and this is a real complicated thing.
Well, we're trying to micromanage is what we're doing.
Yeah,
That's my word.
yeah. I would like to have staff take a little bit more time. We bring this back, or we can email it out tonight or something like that. I mean, we know, because it's kind of complicated based on what's in the system, and then we have positions that are abolished versus unfilled and vacant. But we're close to the number. It's around $2.6 million. And there's too many critical decisions that are going to have to be made. Just give us a little time. Let's keep working on it. But I would say roughly it's about $2,717,000. I just wanted to find a number. It's somewhere between 2.69 and 2.71.
To do what? To fund all 102 positions
No,
and
just
abolish
the
27?
net impact on the general fund. Now, we can give you the total impact, but the net impact on the fund balance, which you all are.
To do what?
To fund all of the 75.
All the 75.
Right.
Plus the 49 and abolish the 27.
But see, the 49
Are already in the budget. I
are
understand.
already part of the, let's say it this way, they're already accounted for through property tax revenues. So we don't use fund balance on that. So we're good there on the 45. The issue is the 75 and the impact on fund balance, because there's not a revenue source for that fund balance for that the counties match. The 45 has property taxes that balances the 45. Fund balance will have to balance the 75. Different revenue source, and it's on the balance sheet. Sorry about that, but it's on a different category.
Commissioner Fairclough, anything else?
Yeah, it keeps bringing up more questions, but, okay, are you using 45 and 49 interchangeably as to what's in the budget already?
What's in the budget is 49.
49, okay.
We downloaded the system.
All right, okay, all right, and then, let's see. When we say 75, are we taking 27 away from that 75 now?
No, we're just saying 75 positions and funding them at whatever those 75 positions are. Because it's too confusing.
Tell me how to get to 75. Do I take 102 minus 27?
I just take 102.
Okay, that's where I get to 75.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I think it's true.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the manager. I think that with all these questions still being out there, to allow the finance team, with the crucial situation as this is, since we are talking about serious positions, especially with our first responders, as that is what DSS workers are, I think this needs to definitely go back to you all, the finance, and put it in the parking lot or where we're going to visit it. Certainly, we're not in a position to make this decision at this time without the rest of the information. Mr. Chairman. I agree with the manager.
Other questions, board? Board, a couple things. One, I know we're talking about the fund balance position, but when we look at the 75 positions, we're going to commit $5 million from fund balance because we have to cover the entire amount.
That's right.
Okay. And then once they get filled, we'll get reimbursement. And they may not get filled, so we're going to have that total $5 million that's going to be sitting there unable to commit. So, board, I guess what I would look at is we're at a point where we have 27 abolished positions. The DSS director has said abolish 27. I think we can hear that. You got 102 positions up beyond that. we either need to fund those, they're all vacant, so we either need to fund those or unfund those. So the question for the board, if we're trying to keep at the policy level and a resource level, to Commissioner Fairclough's
I'm sorry,
point,
Mr. Chairman.
that we're not in the spaghetti making, why wouldn't we just say fund 40%, 60%, 70%, 100%, and let staff work it out? And we just need to know what that dollar amount is that we're committing to. So anything above 49 position is going to change, actually it'll be more than that. Anything, yeah, because of the difference between the number between 61 and 27 abolished positions. What I'm trying to get us to is, I want to be able to say, abolish 27 positions, you got 102 positions, let the board determine what percentage of those we fund, and then what that dollar amount is above the recommended budget dollar amount. Does that make sense, board?
Yes.
And then we're not in the weeds and let them figure out the positions. We either determine whether we're going to fund all of them or a percentage of them. And then give us the delta of the dollar so we can figure out where we're pulling it from. Either fund balance or making cuts to get recurring dollars. Does that make sense, board?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but that's why for me to make that decision, I need the information that the manager was stating that he could give back to us. I mean, we're parking lot, everything else respectfully. I think a lot of numbers been thrown around. Some was confusion, some was not. So I feel more comfortable as the liaison for DSS to get that information back, to make sure it's emailed to us, to digest that information, and then I'm sure that we'll be getting something from the director, Ms. Jackson, as well, so that we can make sure, with all these numbers that have been floating around respectfully, we owe that to our citizens. A lot of numbers have been thrown out, different scenarios have been talked about, but I would like the information to be given back before we make a decision. As the manager said, this is a little bit more complicated. And I'm sure that I see some nods over there from our DSS workers in a respectful way to give Director, not to put her on the spot either, Jackson also, I'm sure she will be responding to the emails. That's why I would prefer to just put this on hold for now.
So we've got some information that's due out, that we can continue to work. We can now step and go ahead and move back to, if we want to, the problem is anything that we do here, the two big things that are going to affect this budget, board, is what we're doing here and our COLAs. So points earlier, you can't make one decision without knowing what the other decision is, quite frankly. I mean, we can look at the COLAs and we can give some recommendations, and then once we figure out DSS, it may make us adjust what we're doing on COLAs, because you could have an increase in dollars. So I'm happy to have the COLA conversation and we can get to an agreement, and then we can figure out, once we get DSS numbers. Board, what I'll tell you is two things. So one, we've got a meeting scheduled tomorrow. We were supposed to go final budget, was the hope, that we were going to give the board the staff 24 hours to take everything that we decided today and turn it into a budget, because each of y'all know that it takes a little bit of time on the budget side to get that final document prepared for it, the final budget ordinance. If we don't get to that point tonight, then we can't do that tomorrow. We're going to come back tomorrow and finalize tomorrow, and then we've got to give the budget staff time to put that budget together. Because what I don't want to do is what we did last year, and that's try to rush it, and we had mistakes, and that's not healthy. It's not fair to the staff, it's not fair to us. So we can continue to work through this, we can break, and we can let them figure out the DSS piece and come back and get it and get to a final resolution. This is the last push, y'all. We've stayed consistent on time all the way to this last one. So, and we're butted up against some scheduling issues if we get past tomorrow and Wednesday. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally don't want to put the COLA on DSS because there is fund balance to be able to do both. I know we don't want to make that decision, but there is fund balance, as we have heard from our financial team, to do both. Now, if we want to do both, is what the question is going to be, but I don't want to put a COLA on DSS. Yes. So I just want to make sure that we do have the fundings to do both. I think it's just a matter if, and I know that sometimes we don't want to extend our budget meetings, we might have to do that. This is a very crucial situation. So, I mean, we have to have an additional meeting. I feel like we have to do our citizens that greater good, that it is what it is. I mean, I know we all want to wrap it up by tomorrow, but these are serious, as I'm sure we all agree, situations that have to be done. And if that means another meeting so that we can make sure that we are providing the services needed for our community, which is our top priority, then, I mean, that is what it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Vice Chairman, I'm not saying we're pitting so just so I'm clear, and my words are clear, I'm not pitting DSS against COLA. I'm saying they're two large budget impacts.
Right.
Separate and distinct, but they have a budget impact. And in my mind, I'm sure in others, you have to look at those in totality. They're the biggest numbers that we're going to move in this budget. DSS makes up a majority of our budget. So
Absolutely.
we need to be deliberate about it. Okay, so with that, while they're figuring out the DSS, we'll go ahead and move back. Board, do you want to move back to the COLA, or do we want to go ahead and move to the community funding? You want to go ahead and move to the COLA?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Is it okay if I take budget staff and go back to our room and work on DSS, or do you prefer for me to stay?
County Manager,
Okay.
your team. You can take DSS with you?
Yeah, we can.
Great. This teamwork.
Yes.
All right, Board, do we want to move to COLA discussions or community funding? I think community funding, COLA, let's go to COLA.
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Yep, let's do COLA, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. All right, anything update on COLA? Is there a recommendation around the COLAs? Anyone? So we got a couple options. You got a 2%, then we had a version of 4%, and then a blended rate. Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize?
I didn't ask.
Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I again want to reiterate that I would be in support of a blend, Mr. Chairman. I think it makes sense, given what we've already reviewed that our peers have done, and I think it's in line with that. So, I'd be in favor of a base percentage rate plus a one-time bonus rate, and I'd be happy to discuss that. I'll throw out a number if you'd like, or if you'd like to get consensus on the structure first, I'm good with that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. I think we kind of fell along, unless there's been change is there consensus to look at a COLA and a bonus, because before we were split and there wasn't consensus. So we can look at that if there's consensus around to look at a blend now.
Yeah, I changed.
All right, so.
Well, he changed it, but I would, Mr.
You're
Chairman,
recognized. Go
the
ahead.
problem is, when we talk about our peers, you taking one thing out of you looking at that COLA. You didn't look at the salaries, you didn't look at the benefits and any of that. If you don't look at all of that, it doesn't make sense of their COLA may be less, but if you were paying a whole lot more, it makes a big difference. So, I'm not into the blend, but it depends on what the board does.
So if we could, let's do this. I think we've got a blended model and a pure COLA model. I think we've heard the pure COLA model, 4%. We have those dollars. So let's put that on the table. And then if there's a blended recommendation, let's look at the blended recommendation. Let's go ahead and get a conversation around two and look at the pros and cons. Commissioner Patel.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if we're looking at a blended model to kind of meet in the middle, I'd look at a 3% COLA with a 1% one-time bonus.
Is there discussion around the 3% COLA and 1% bonus? So we can get to a kind of a rationality on, so a 1% bonus plan, the numbers that were provided to us before are about 1.5 million, that's one-time dollars. And when you look at a 3% COLA, you're going to have an additional net to about 1.2 million on top of the 2% that's already in the budget. Commissioner Patel.
And just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, by the 1%, that would be across the board, not with the salary ranges to avoid compression.
On the bonus, what they did what we've done, what the county's done previously is weighted the lower pay scale to a higher percentage, so it balanced out so you weren't giving 2% to somebody making $100,000 to 2% that was making $40,000. It balanced it. I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I just want to make sure that there's no compression issues with that structure on the bonus.
Okay. Commissioner Tyson, I'll go to Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we could probably do something a little bit better than that, respectfully to my colleague over there.
I'm fighting to the end.
But I would be in favor of doing a 2% COLA and a 4% bonus, which would get 6 total.
I don't get you 6.
So at 1% COLA is about 1.5, and those are one-time dollars. So you're going to have $6 million $6 million in bonus. In the 2% COLA, there's no changes to what's been recommended by the county manager. So,
I tell you.
and then your 4% COLA adds $2.4 million to. We got to find $2.4 million. Basically, it should be recurring because we're gonna own it year after year. It shouldn't be one-time dollars, and you shouldn't use fund balance for that. But you could.
Mr. Chairman, you mean a 2% COLA and a 4% bonus?
No. 2% to yours, 2% COLA, 4% bonus. On just a pure COLA is 4% COLA.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Thank you.
So to go to both of them, at a 4% COLA, the additional cost to us is the additional cost on top of the recommended budget is $2.38 million.
Okay.
Where are you getting the numbers? She gave us 2.1 earlier for the 4%.
Right, 2.1.
No, we're talking about COLAs.
I'm looking at the COLA.
And that's what she said, 2.1.
That's what she said.
Her updated number was a 2.1.
For what?
For the additional 2% on the 2%.
Okay.
It was 2.5 for 2,
Right.
2.1 for 4.
Right.
And then, okay.
All right, my bad. I'm looking at old numbers.
Yeah.
All right, and then on the COLA, on the 2%, there's no increase, there's no additional dollars, and roughly $6 million on the 4% bonus side, which is one-time dollars. Okay. So why don't we let that marinate? Because I want the vice chairman in the room when we're having these conversations because these are extremely important. I said we were going to break it 1:45, so we started getting through this a little bit. So I see 2 scenarios. If everybody's okay, are you okay to default to that blended scenario? All right. So we got 2 scenarios: 2%, the manager's recommended COLA, adding 4% bonus.
Oh, okay. Ooh, okay.
I
heard it wrong. I heard bonus.
Yeah, and then for a straight COLA, a 4% COLA.
3 COLA too.
All right, we're gonna take this is timely times to take recesses. We're gonna come back at 5 p.m. We're recessed.
Well,
Down with the budget team.
he was budgeting? Yeah, I don't know where he went to.
That's what I think he was in the last sentence. He might be down
He's,
here.
Assistant Manager Schemes, you're it.
Okay.
Bring back $500 million.
What it costs at the end of the day.
With other
It don't
funds.
hurt that much.
It does hurt. It's
All right,
already
all
on my
right,
back.
we got everybody, County Manager, you good?
Yes, I was going through something with,
Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and come out of recess, and at this time, let's go ahead and we'll move back while we're still waiting for DSS, information. Circle back on the COLA, so we were discussing, two courses of action, a 4% COLA, and then looking at a blended of 2% manager recommendation and adding a 4% COLA. Any discussion around any of that?
You mean bonus?
Bonus, I'm sorry. I keep saying it wrong. 2% COLA and a 4% bonus.
3-2?
Any discussion around Commissioner Tyson, Commissioner Adams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I could revise my number to a 2.5 and 2.5.
So 2.5%, so 5.5% above the manager's budget and 2.5% bonus.
2.5.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's a good compliment.
But he was going to, you were willing to go to 6 a few minutes ago.
It sounds like a penny.
2.5 and 3.
There's a, well, he didn't want to say a penny.
Thank goodness for that.
All right, so
2.5
it sounds
and
like
3.
we're at a blended rate now. So
2.5
at-
and 3.
So at 2.5, half of that is going to be about $500,000 on the, about $500,000 on recurring.
Okay.
If 2.1 is 2%, then roughly $600,000 or whatever, or I guess it would be, yeah, 500,000.
So we don't do the 6, 2.5 and 3. That's 5.5. We cut some.
Vice Chairwoman?
I'll go with 2.5 and 3. Can you meet us in the middle?
And that's just one
2.5
time.
and 3, so
Go ahead.
Commissioner, or County Manager, 0.5 on that would be,
on what, 2?
yeah, if we go to 2.5, the increase to recurring is, if
0.6.
Yeah,
0.6,
Is that what it is, 0.6?
I think.
Did you say 0.6?
So it'd be 2.1 on
3.1.
2%. So 1% is 1.05, so about 500.
Yeah, about
500K.
500,000.
Okay.
What? So,
And then a 3% bonus is going to be one-time dollars of 3% Go ahead.
3% or 2.5?
No, they just said 3.
I'm still at 2.5.
You're still at 2.5, okay.
3% is about,
3% bonus is 4.2.
yeah. 4.2, and then net of reimbursement is actually 3.7. 3 3.7, let's say 3.8.
All right, all right, so we're still 2.5 and 2.5. We want to find common ground. Do we want to leave the 0.5 on the bonus and work through DSS and then work through community funding and come back?
That sounds good, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Lord, he be killing me. He killing me over there. I don't know, I need to know what your 2 and 4 was. That might be more money for him. I got to get my mathematician
2
in
and
here.
4 is more money for them.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out what.
2 and 4 is more money and it's one-time dollars.
Yeah, but the 2.5 or the 3 puts more in ongoing, and
But it's 0.5, so
Yeah.
0.5.
yeah. So
Versus
the 2
more
and the
money,
4
more
maybe
money in their pocket
yeah.
now versus.
Yeah.
I still do the 2 and 4.
I'm waiting for my finance people. I'm checking my finance people. Trying to figure.
All right, so they're not back on DSS. Let's go ahead and let's take a first stab at, the only thing left we have is community funding. So, board, I'd sent y'all that earlier, asked for you to prioritize your top 15. Let me get this opened here. Commissioner, or Patel, you're recognized.
I just want to make sure I can recuse myself from the Arts Council, anything related to that.
Yeah. We can still prioritize it, it's just when the vote comes, you can still be part of the discussion, just don't.
Mr. Chairman, you got mine.
But at the end of the day,
I think so.
it's about what I can do with savings.
I'm just trying to pull up my.
Let me see Glenn.
All right.
I ain't got 15.
Here.
I don't either, I stopped on 10.
Here you go. Well, where, I said up to. You need one of these?
There you go. I got mine for, that's not 10. I got these 3 times 10.
All right.
Still 130. It's still.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one question
Yes, sir.
before we get started?
Go ahead.
This is because if you look at the 4C outreach, that's the same as the Partnership for Children. And isn't that their program?
Is not. So
This is
that
the nursing program.
that is, we've got her.
Is that the doula or whatever? What is that?
No.
But does that mirror what
That's
Partnership
the
for
Family
Children?
Connects. So the Family Connects program is Partnership for Children. The Outreach Nursing Program and Collaborative Care is through 4Cs. I have to look at the notes in the.
It's a separate program, and it's not the nursing.
You want to come up?
But isn't that the one that was connected to? Because that makes it 600,000 for one
contract
extra.
with 4C for the nursing part for Family Connects,
Yeah.
but that is separate from their request. Their request is for a different outreach activity they do that's not related to our nurses that do the home visits.
So this is a new additional program in addition to what you were doing?
Yes.
What y'all are doing with this
Yeah, they're still
program?
contracting with us as our nurse partner to do the nurse
Family
home
Connects.
visiting for
Yeah.
Family Connects, which we
Right.
just certified for.
Right, so we got that, and
Yeah.
then this is a different, an additional on top of that.
Yeah, but
I
not
got
through
you.
me.
That's why, I
Not
just wanted to
through
make
me.
sure, I just wanted to make sure that we.
Yeah, I clarified that myself.
Yes, ma'am, I just saw that.
Said you can't
Thank
be going after the same money I'm going after.
Well,
All right. Do we just want to walk down through these? All right. 4Cs. Do we have consensus around that?
no.
Do we have consensus around 4Cs?
I thought we were going to prioritize.
Oh yeah, we can prioritize them. If you want to prioritize them and hand them to me, I can do that. I've got mine. I've got a few of them already
Are we
prioritized.
starting at the top of the list?
Yeah, I just thought we were going to prioritize them. You can tell me your 10, or however many you want to prioritize. However many you want to prioritize. Just don't go $1.4 million.
You have my list already. right?
Yes, sir. I've got your list. And I've got yours.
We got a clean one, I can do
Yes, sir.
a clean one.
We took the cog out, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I had to change my numbers because I took the cog, I had to take the cog out.
Any cause from the,
We moved the cog out of.
where is it going? Is it coming from general fund?
No, it's going to be no. We're going to do one time.
Freedoms.
Yeah. or wherever he,
And what if we wanted to give more?
if you want to give more, just make a note to put more.
We'll start down.
They're making it now, y'all.
No, that's it. You want us to give you these now?
Or we can, I'm gonna walk through them and y'all tell me, y'all just tell me if you picked it, I'm gonna just total it on this list. And then we'll see where there's four, and then we'll figure it out, and then we're gonna figure out the dollar amount.
I had all this. I put two right there with this one.
And if you're changing any dollar amounts, let me know, add that as well.
Two at 100,000. Three right there. I didn't put it on here.
He says you want to cut them.
It's hard to even read this.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Are we gonna discuss it, right?
Yeah.
The cog has been taken out.
Yes. I've got 10K right there. Yeah, that's okay. Where's that? Urban Ministry, I put 100 on that. I got 3 type at night. I don't think I have.
No, that's for NC 911.
Well, but they also have,
Yeah.
what you call it? They don't have 911.
Yeah, they do. NC 211.
Yeah, the meal.
Meal packing, Dolly Parton.
I'm getting ahead.
Dolly Parton is that reading program for Kansas.
No, too much.
I think I hear people coming in now.
Have to have some liquid death or something. I didn't hear it yesterday, they had liquid death.
I know, I saw it Friday.
Did you see it?
I saw it Friday when I was taking Gray in there. I was like, look at these cases of liquid death over there.
Hey, that's not. One of my buddies that runs the video and all that at the early thing, he said, he looked.
Charge it to me when it comes in. Charge it to me when it comes in. My budget. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I got to give it a go.
I greatly
We
appreciate
gotta
it.
get through it. Gotta get through it.
Y'all gonna do it without me?
No, we got 3 things left. All right, everybody close? Can we start walking through these? Just tell me if you got a nod for one of these as we move through, and if you've got a different cost amount, and then we'll total them up. I've got the list in front of me, and I can quickly total them up. See if we can get to 1.4, or we just agree and get above 1.4, or below. All right, y'all ready? All right, 4 Cs. Anybody? Additional one?
Starting at the top, right?
I've got, yeah, I've already tallied up the ones I had, so.
I'm sorry, I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Is this the program where she was clarifying that it's separate?
It's not her.
It's not her.
Not her. And she said, don't compete with her money. I heard that.
But it is an outreach nursing
I mean,
program.
I'm saying, yeah, I wanted to make sure, yeah.
All right, 4 Cs. All right, 82nd, action pathways,
Yes.
Yep, 5. Got them 5.
how much? 5 what?
He's got it right.
Oh, no, just tell me yes or no, so everybody's on that?
Yes.
At 100K?
Yeah.
Mine was at the requested ask of 200,000.
I was at the 200.
I was at 100.
So we got 100 and then 2 at 200. All
Yeah, the
right.
requested ask.
All right, airborne special ops.
Yeah, 150.
Same.
The same here.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Cool Springs. All right. Arts Council, Artisan Schools.
I had,
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Blue Star.
Yep, 15.
For Blue Star, I wanted that to be increased to 30,000.
All right. Anybody else on this one?
you said Blue Star, right?
Blue Star.
Remember, 10,000.
Cape Fear Regional Bureau for Community Action. Anyone?
Ashley Rosie,
All right. Child Advocacy Center.
Yep.
I got it.
47.1.
Yeah. 39.
Yeah, yeah.
I had them on my list for the requested ask of the 47.
All right. 47.1. Okay. So that's 5. Community Connections of Cumberland.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Total amount
75.
75 or
I
what?
did 100.
All
Yeah,
right.
100, yeah.
And I did the request, 100. I can't see.
100. The request is 125. So
I did 100.
I'll go 100,000.
I did 75.
all right. All right. Communicare.
40.
40, yeah.
All right. Anybody else?
Yes.
You better. You should be on that board.
I'll go.
Coordinating Council on Older Adults.
Yeah,
Yep, 154, full now.
All right. Full amount.
154.
Health Net. All right. Veterans Council.
I was with the Veterans Council.
Yes, I would like to support them.
All right. 13.
I'd like to go even, I would like
I
to.
did 10.
I did 15,000.
I just did 10.
So can we just split it at 13, leave it at 13?
That's fine.
All right, Fair Table, Fayetteville Cumberland Youth, formerly known as the Boys and Girls Club.
Yes.
Yes,
It is not the Boys and Girls
It is
Club
not the
anymore.
Boys and Girls Club.
it's the same people that operated it that way.
Yeah, but-
I did
Which
10.
is why it was taken away from
All right.
them by the
Yep.
Boys and Girls Club.
All right, Fayetteville Area Protection Society.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
80,000.
You got it, everybody at what dollar amount? What they requested?
I did 100,000.
I did 80.
Okay. What are you at, Veronica?
50,000.
All right.
Animal Protector Center.
I could do 80.
So can we,
Okay, about 200.
you got 150, can we just make it 80 and just split the difference with everybody? All right, so that gives us that. Fayetteville Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, 100,000.
I want the requested amount of 200,000.
I went with 100.
All right, you got
This is the first
100.
year They got funding, so 100.
And they've gotten 50 and 40?
Right.
Okay.
Can we go
I got
150?
0, you gotta figure that in.
All right, I do. I'm gonna give you no. So, anybody want to go to 150 to split? You got 4 at 100.
I'm at 100.
I'm at 100 too.
I'm good with the 100.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
This is the first time, right?
Yep. Fayetteville Urban Ministry.
Oh, yeah, I got them for 100.
Anybody else?
I said
Yes, Fayetteville
150.
Urban Ministry.
I said 150. They
150.
do a lot of work.
All right. Anybody
I
else?
got for 100.
Yeah.
150 for me on
All
that.
right. Garden field trips, Title I schools,
40.
Cape
We
Fear
just
Valley.
gave him a bunch of money. They fine. That's the botanical garden.
Yeah, but it's for the school kids.
Yeah, it's for the school kids.
That's
All
what
right,
they all
anybody
say.
else?
That's what they all say.
Anybody else on that one?
How'd it go from
I'm
5,000
good with 40.
to 40,000? No.
Anything, anybody else on that one? All right, Greater Life,
Yes, yeah.
40.
40.
I did 75. She does a number of stuff with
Her
with
full
the
amount.
men and everybody else.
I'll go 75.
Yeah.
All right, so what, Marshall, what are you at?
I'm at
Those
0.
kids.
All right, you're at 0. All right, HIV task force. All right, hold on. So between that one, we're 40 and 75. Can we get everybody concede to 55?
I go to 50, Mr. Chair. That's where I went.
50, we go to 50?
Which one are you talking about?
Greater Life of Fayetteville.
I'm
65. She does a good lot.
I just need one.
Kids.
50? All right. All right, we got 50.
Kill me cutting the
right.
projects for the children.
All right. HIV task force,
He sent people to the botanical.
Legal Aid of North Carolina.
Can't get
They didn't even request anything. Maggie's Outreach Community Economic Development Center. Mid Carolina, we pulled Miller's Brew.
Yeah, 50.
Anybody else?
I could
I know
support
what
it.
That's your
Yeah.
that's your
Yeah, I
people.
went to Miller's Brew.
What do you want? 50 or their ask? Okay.
But I may go higher once I figure out whether everybody got some and how much is left. I'm not gonna be greedy going down.
I think that 50
Greedy going down. I get greedy after I figure out I'm below the 1.4. I go back.
the same amount that we gave Greater Life, I think would be fair.
50. Yep. All right. Miracle Movement. United Way.
I did 50.
Man, you ever complained about it, but you went up. United Way.
Because my trustee for my church ain't gonna kill me. That's what I did.
Anybody else on United Way?
I do United Way.
I could do United Way.
Yeah, you're United Way at 6, at what,
You don't give
60?
them 15.
60?
What they asked for
50.
60.
50? Can we all agree to 50 on that one?
Yeah.
I'm 0.
All right.
Zero.
We'll
North
see how
Car-
much we got left.
Yeah, okay, I got
He
you.
got a bunch left. Over here.
All right, North Carolina Syndrome,
What now?
North Carolina Down Syndrome.
I want to.
Friends, yes, ma'am,
I would like to give them their fundings. I think they only asked for what, 24?
24, okay.
Yes.
Anybody else on that one?
Give him 15.
Yeah, there's only 2 of y'all.
Give him 15.
All right. Friends of the Park Foundation.
The ongoing museum access educational program?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
48.
part of our strategic plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, 48.
All right.
I was supposed to meet.
I can do that.
All right. Partnership for Children.
Mr. Chairman, did you skip over the NC 211?
No,
when you
United
said
Way.
that, now, I
That's
told you
United
I'm
Way.
United Way.
United
Oh,
Way.
okay.
United Way at 50, but we're gonna hold it at 60 if there's other. I got your point on 60.
Okay, thank you.
I had 150 on partner.
Yeah, 150 on partners.
300.
I got 300, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm at 300 based on their success.
Their ask was 4. What was their previous ask?
We previously funded them at 300.
I don't know.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh.
We're still working through community. Yeah, go ahead. Keep working it. So they are previously at 300. We gave them 300 last year. Because they did that, they certified Family Connects 6,000 new home visits and newborns. Child care, workforce development.
Are you advocating for them, or you just want to know?
No, I'm just telling you, you had a question what it was. What do you want?
250 is fine.
I did one.
I'm willing to have.
So we got 150.
Yeah, I'll do 250.
All right, we got 250. Anybody else at 300?
Go at 3, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you're at 3. Where are you?
I'll go 3.
All right, so we got 3, 4, and then 2 at 250. All right, Region 6 project.
I'm at that 98.
I'm at the 98.
All right,
They do a lot for the youth.
All right. 7 Fires Academy, SNP funding application, Sustainable Sandhills, Rich Aunties, VRC.
Yes.
Yes. I want to,
25, Mr. Chairman.
I want to go up on that one to 100,000.
I got 50,000.
So we got 25, 50, and 100. You settle on 50?
Averages out.
I'll go to 50, Mr. Chairman. I'll go to 50.
Or can we do 65?
100.
100.
I said 100,000, I'm leaving it at 75.
I know who they are.
You have
I was at 25, Mr. Chairman. I'll go to 50.
Okay.
So Gwen and I said 100,000.
Mark, you gonna go to?
Marshall, you were on
He
VRC?
can't see.
50 on VRC.
All right, so we got 4 there. All right, and if we got additional capacity, we'll
Listen
look
up his
there.
half line.
All right. All right, I just got to go through here and total them up. County manager,
I thought Ty did that. You didn't
are
tell
we
me
ready
that?
to talk DSS yet? No?
When y'all start.
Yeah, 100,000 and 250,000.
They're running.
VRC, we got 4 at 50 and 2 at 100.
Oh, Lord.
But if we got additional space, I'm going to go here and add them up real quick.
I left my car from the car shop. It's right across the street.
Welcome to Cumberland County, not wanting help, this
He
ain't
about to close. They ain't gonna have no car.
Down Central.
Can I get this?
They give you a ride for a penny.
He's just across the street.
How about a ride for a penny?
I'm a wall.
Yeah, that's an expensive.
All right. Board, we're going to recess for 10 minutes while I calculate this.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, you.
All right, board, we got everybody back. Let's come out of recess. I'm going to walk back down through what we talked about, if there's any changes, and then I'm going to I'll send it to staff and let them go through it. Do you want me to walk through it, or do you want staff to walk through it?
You can walk through it, because, I mean, they can just tally it as you
No,
say which
I'm
one
going to
out
send
loud.
them
so we
the
can hear it.
list.
Well, actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear it out. We were doing a lot of going
Yes.
back and forth, and
Yes, ma'am.
some
That's what
people
I'm
said
doing.
2, 3, or 4.
That's what I'm doing.
They just add it up as you call it out.
Yep. All right. All right, here's where we are. All right. All right, 4Cs, 14,120, action pathway, 100,000. So what I did is, if there was 4 consensus, there went. If there was 3, I added it on there too. So,
Oh, 4 people said they wanted the first one.
yeah, so if we had consensus on it, it automatically went on here. If there was 3, I went ahead and put it on here as well. Action pathways, 100,000. And then the ones that we negotiated, that's what I put on there based on the negotiation. Action pathway, the 100,000, ASOM, 150. Arts and schools, Arts Council, 50,000. Blue Star Families, 30,000. Child Advocacy, 47,1. Sorry.
Child advocacy is what?
Child Advocacy, 47,1.
I'm sorry, and so Action Pathways, what, just me and Glenn said 200,000, and what, everybody else said 100,000?
Yes, ma'am. And they were funded 100,000 last year. Let's see, where were we? Connections of Cumberland, 85,000. Compromise, Cumberland County Community Care, 40,000. Coordinating Older Adults, 154,059. Cumberland County Veterans, 13. Fayetteville Animal Protection Society, 80. That was a compromise. Fayetteville Area Habitat for Humanity, compromise at 100. Fayetteville Urban Ministry, compromise at 125. Garden field trips for Tier 1 schools, 40. Greater Life of Fayetteville, 65 was a compromise. Miller's Brew, 50. NC 911, United Way, compromise, 50. Friends of the Park, Fascinate You Foundation, 48. Partnership for Children, compromise at 250. And VRC, 50. That brings us to 1.541.
Region 6 didn't get anything?
What's that?
Region 6.
No, you were the only one, or there was 2.
No, he
There was
wasn't.
2, there was
Yeah,
2, there was 2.
And then not only that, but also for this, I know we always like to forget about, but I'm not going to forget, North Carolina Downstream Alliance.
There
You didn't
wasn't,
mention
there
that?
wasn't 4. There wasn't 4
I
votes,
thought
or
you
3.
You just said if there was 3.
There wasn't 3.
VCR was up.
VCR was 50. And on Region 6, there wasn't 3. Glad to add it in, and we can move stuff around. We got 1.5. So we
Mr.
got
Chairman, I would ask that we add some of these in, because my concern, I know we vote, but I'm just going to put it out there. I've got a concern about, we do all this talk about youth, but it seems like, and respectfully, not against the dogs, we give $98,000 to help protect the animals, but I'm a list on here, I only see 2. We got about 10, we got all these programs on here, but all the ones that have to do with the youth that we claim we're for, I'm begging to get 2 other votes. So those with the extra money, I'm just gonna keep it real here. We cut all the programs that seem to be with the disability, can't squeeze through that money, and can't squeeze through some money for the youth. Either we for it or we're not. And they're not even asking for as much money. I love entertainment myself, but it seems to be a disparity here. I'm just going to be honest. I would ask my colleagues to consider that. It's like pulling tooth to get people, as an advocate for ADA, pulling tooth. They're not even asking for $50,000, $60,000, and it's like pulling tooth to get support for the youth. So I want you all to try to keep that in consideration. It seems to be a lot of talk about supporting youth, but then when we have it on paper, we can't seem to push it forward for the youth, or that especially for the disabilities. and there seems to be some disparity. That's my comments. People don't have to agree with it, but I'm just looking at the programs, what they serve, and it is what it is.
I'm glad to print this out that I just went through, and y'all can all take a look at it again and renegotiate, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, if you don't mind, yeah,
I
let's
mean,
do that. If you don't mind, yeah, we might need to do that, because, I mean, if I got to be the only one up here and no one want to rush through it, I'll be the only one
We're
up
not
here.
rushing through anything.
Yeah,
Madam
I
Vice
mean,
Chair.
I don't have a problem.
This is a process
About
of,
49 didn't get it.
I don't have, I mean,
A bunch
it's
of
not about mine not getting, it's about, I'm just trying to advocate for the youth. There's not a lot of youth programs on here, and I'm just as concerned as we are about protecting dogs as we are youth, and I'm gonna push for the youth, and I'm gonna push for the only 3 programs for ADA. Now, if y'all don't wanna support that, then that's fine, but don't get uncomfortable about me just noticing the list and what seems not to be a priority. That's just my
no one's
opinion.
uncomfortable, Madam Vice Chair. I'm looking for a pathway so we can find consensus. This is just about building consensus, and sometimes that's just it. We find common ground. So I will print this out, and everybody can take another look at it, and we can walk through it again. This isn't about anything else versus finding consensus, and not anything else. Commissioner Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, didn't we fund the Fayetteville Cumberland Youth Council separately? I thought we did.
We did.
I'm not talking about the Fayetteville Youth Council. Maybe let me make myself clear, Mr. Chairman. I said it, and I'm gonna say it again. We can all have our different opinions. We all are here elected by, no doubt, the wonderful citizens of Cumberland County. And I just said what I noticed, if that makes people uncomfortable, I noticed that these programs on here that benefit to the youth, I'm not talking about just one program. I'm talking about at-risk youth, the disenfranchised, the numbers, I could pull the numbers if we need to, but the programs on here that help to support overall Cumberland County youth that are at risk doesn't seem to get any support. I mean, I'm not saying you all have to support it, but I'm just recognizing on this list that the programs that are there significantly, seeing the crime is up and youth risk and all that, that help to try to deteriorate that, hasn't got the support. Not saying that it has to, that's just my recognition, because it's going to get the support of me, whether the votes do or not. I mean, I'm just speaking the facts. Programs on here, as I stated, I love the animals and whatnot, but in protecting the animals, and I can't help but to notice that when they're asking for less money, some of these programs, and to include, as I stated, I'm not forcing anybody to, want to support. I mean, I think it's less than $20,000 for that of the, I think it's at the ADA for the Down syndrome. I'm not forcing anybody to want to support that, but I can't help but to notice the ask was very little, and a lot of times, I'm just telling you as an advocate for those with disabilities and advocate for youth, if it makes people uncomfortable, then I'm telling you what the community is telling me. I mean, we got to have these hard conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And if you will, Madam Clerk, if you will, Deputy Clerk, if you will grab this off the printer. I just sent it to the printer, and if you'll create 7 copies of it, that would be wonderful. Commissioner Tyson, you're right.
Thank you, Mr. And I was just trying to ask that because I just want to try to get at what the vice chair's getting at, because I think it is important, and I want to make sure. But I guess a question to the chair or to the vice chair, isn't that what a lot of the grant funding through JCPC does? I'm just asking.
Actually, it's not. We always want to compare one to another, and respectfully, and he's right, respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Respectfully, because let's be real clear, boots on ground, the nonprofits, and that's what's called nonprofit. Individuals working with at-risk, and just like Brenda Jackson just said earlier, I wish we could get to fill some of them positions at the group homes. The bottom line is people want people to work with those that no one, just the forgotten and don't care about, but they don't want to pay the money. So at JCPC, and I know, let me break the stigma, those programs are for those that are in the judicial system who have came through the crime system. So we do have some children out there that still need help. And last time I checked, it was called Juvenile Crime Prevention System, because you're going through teen court or you're at risk in Communicare. I know since I used to work at juvenile crime. And with that being said, that's what those fundings are for, but not everybody's coming through the court system. Not everybody's getting suspended. But it doesn't mean that you are not still in need of some help, which is what these programs are for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Miss Deputy Clerk is bringing us these back. And we can, do we need to go, well, we've already decided COLAs, or we've already looked at COLAs. We got a 2.5 and we got a 3. And so they're bringing us back both numbers.
It's 3.
I talked to, she's looking at
Okay.
2.5 COLA and 2.5 bonus and a 3% bonus.
Okay.
Both those scenarios are coming
I
up.
didn't do it at 3.
And we already have the 4%. Did it print out right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all we will recess while y'all walk through this. I'll give you about 10 minutes to walk back through this one. We'll stand at recess while y'all walk through this. All right, let's go ahead and start walking through this. All right, so any changes to VC? Four Cs. I'm sorry, we're out of recess. Any changes to 4C? Any changes to action pathway? Any changes to airborne? Any changes to Arts Council? So Blue Star, there's a request to drop by 15.
Yeah, to 15 where they are.
Okay. So let's walk all the way through before we vote so we can see what the whole impact is.
I don't think we changed anything else.
He wants a penny for that 15,000.
I know. 15.
We moved Blue Star down to 15.
No, for 4C, how much?
Oh, 4C was 14,120.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I did not. Did you get a
Oh,
copy?
here, take this right here.
Oh, okay, I'm
It
sorry. I have it here now.
should be in your email too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, child advocacy, no change. Connections, no change. Communicare, no change. Coordinating older adults, no change. Veterans, CC Veterans, no change. Animal Protection Society, 80. Habitat, 100. Urban Ministry, 125. Garden Field Trips, 40. Greater Life, 65. Miller's Brew, 50. United Way, 50. Friends of the Park, Fascinate Youth, 48. Partnership for Children, 250, no change.
Region 6.
Region 6, 15.
You gotta have a vote here, don't you?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go all the way through. And then VRC on the move, 50. Is that the only changes?
I had looked down to
Yeah, so say,
That's two.
we said we would give them what they want for Down syndrome. They only asked for 24,000.
Where's Down
It says
syndrome?
North Carolina Down Syndrome Alliance.
So is there people wanting to add that? All right.
That's 2 votes, right?
You said.
Yes.
Okay. So that's 3. So I'm going to add. I'll add it on there just to because we're 3-3 just to have a discussion. Any other else that we need to add on?
So, Mr. Chairman, just a point of information.
Yep.
So we're currently 141,279 over,
Yeah,
correct?
I'm getting to that.
Okay, I just wanted to make
You're
sure.
right.
So
And we're going up.
And we're going up.
That's right. That's right.
Well, with the Down syndrome, it's the only one we've been up on. We just traded the 50.
Yeah, but we're still at 1.5.
Yeah.
The Region 6 project, do we have enough people for that?
We're going to have a discussion on. All right. So we've got the only 3 changes on this are taking 15,000 from Blue Star and moving 15 to Region 6 and then adding 24 for Alliance. All right, so let's look at the swap of Blue Star and Region 6. Are we okay? Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, they only asked for 15.
You're what?
I'm opposed.
You're
Yeah.
opposed.
They
Okay.
only asked for 15. We're giving them what they asked for.
Okay. Are you, anybody else? Marshall's okay or no? All right. All right. The Down Syndrome Alliance, we've never given them money before. We're going to give them that full amount. They've never applied for any of our grants, nonprofit assistance or anything.
I would start with 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000.
Is everybody okay with 10?
That'd be fine with me.
All right. So we got 10 there. So now we have increased to 15.5. So we're at 1.5, 51,279. We've allocated 1.4. So we either have to cut or we're going to be expanding our community support. And that's going to you're going to be pulling it from fund balance, which I think.
Mr. Ty, you ain't got no more money over there?
No. So the fund balance dollars and the freed up capacity to include, that is, just talk to the manager and they are working through what that looks like and they are using fund balance dollars and everything else to get to a point. So if we put anything above 1.4, we're going to be looking at the manager to find.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So what, I guess if we were going to look at taking these down, would be some of the new ones and get them started. And because we know where the other ones are, or we can look at, because we know what they've done in the past, and do a percentage down to get to the 1.4,
So,
if that makes sense.
real quick, county manager, if we go above that 1.4, if we're at 1.55, so you're $100,000, about $150,000 above.
That was my barbershop money.
I think I'm probably gonna get a tongue lashing from
You are.
Assistant Manager
You are.
Shaw, but I think we can find it.
Commissioner Patel.
50 out of ASO.
Yeah,
Well,
that'll do it.
just looking at the math, Mr. Chairman, if we took out around 9.75% off of each ask, it'll.
I agree with that, Mr.
It'll go
Chairman.
to 1.4.
I'm in agreement, Commissioner Patel.
Mr. Chairman, I am as well. Commissioner Tyson.
To drop everything by 9%?
I'm in agreement.
9.75. That balances to the dollar.
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Patel and Tyson on that.
So, and I guess, I'm always doing something. It was, but, I throw stuff out sometimes and I think about it, just like everything else, right? It hits the smaller people harder than it hits those people that's making
Like a sales
50 to
tax.
100. Yeah, so I think if you do 50 and above or 75 and above and do a percentage, I think that's fairer than when you're getting $10,000 and you got to give up 9%. You down to about whatever that math is. Yeah, see.
You're down to a mini grant.
Right.
3,000.
So, just like anything else, I think everybody has to have a little share in it. What do y'all think? He even shaking his head.
We
Yeah,
gotta find 150,000.
Like 50 out of ASO.
No.
Don't agree with
Should have
that.
been
So,
there.
figure that,
If
Mr.
Commissioner-
I got
Commissioner Patel can figure that out, let's see what the difference is.
Okay.
Commissioner Patel.
Tell you real quick, if you're taking, if you're reducing,
For the amounts of 50,000 and up, and other people just leave theirs, because they're only getting like 10,000, 15,000.
you want to figure that up if we want to take off,
He's figuring it out. I got my math major over there.
I was getting ready to do it on the spreadsheet.
Oh, math, Patel, where y'all do it?
Yeah. 12.52%.
12.5% across all of
50 and
them?
above?
Above anything above 50.
Above 50.
I told the federal tech guy, we have a building on campus that's been there for almost 53 years.
So anything above 50K, we're going to reduce by 12.52. And that gets us to,
That will reduce it by 194,220.
I'll agree to that, Mr. Chairman.
194, 220?
I'm sorry, one second.
Oh,
That's
my
not-
heart.
One second.
Be still.
No. That's
Too much.
Yeah, I know we have a budget when I have Commissioner Tyson and Commissioner Adams agreeing. I know we're almost there when that happens.
Oh, my heart, be still.
The polar opposites.
No, we're not polar.
Yeah.
See things a little different.
We ain't got there yet, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we have. Manager might leave me. That penny.
All right, so we're going to find the percentage above 50K to reduce anybody above 50K down by a percentage to get to 1.4 versus modifying anybody else.
I'm sorry, is that at 50K or above 50K?
At 50K or above.
50 and above. 50 and above.
What, 12.5? All right, so what's the reduction?
194,220.
All right, so that puts us at 1 point, that puts us at 1.4? That puts us at 1.4?
That puts us probably under 1.4.
So look at that, we saved a little money.
Right now.
All right.
Tell Commissioner Adams that. We try to spend it.
I'm already, you know, my mind was,
So
I was gonna ask him how much.
I'll put it on top of this, I'll put it on top of the email I just sent, and And so staff has this and they can make the adjustments off of that. So 12.5%, anything above, at or above 50K, equal to or greater than 50%, 50K. And that puts us at the 1.4. All right, community funding is done. Do we have numbers for COLA?
Check on him.
So we're down to COLA and DSS. And board, I'll recess while county manager's getting that, and we're gonna talk about your penny. You've got pizza in there if staff or board wants it. We'll break for 10 minutes while we wait for the county manager. got,
Wait, let me clean myself up.
okay, you're fine, everybody's fine.
Cheers.
Y'all good?
Yes, sir.
Recess at this
You talk
time.
Clarence, I'm done.
We will talk the DSS side, so if we can go
Yes,
ahead and
sir.
move back to the DSS fund.
Budget staff and Director of DSS, Brenda Jackson, and Nikki on her staff, we went back and had some conversations. So I'm going to let Brenda move forward and kind of talk about what was discussed.
I want to thank you commissioners for allowing us an opportunity to kind of go back and kind of revisit and look at all of the various plans that have been submitted. And I also want to thank Shirley Harris, representing our HR. We got back there and appreciate Deborah and her team as well, trying to make some tough decisions. I think that we feel comfortable with what we're wanting to recommend this afternoon. Continuing with the 27 abolished positions, we're talking about the 75 positions that we had proposed this morning. 27 of those positions abolished, which is no different than when we left the room. We're proposing to unfund 25 positions. That will leave a remaining of 50 positions funded. And then the 49 positions that's already in the budget that's funded. That'll give us about 99 vacant positions to work with. We feel pretty comfortable with that because positions, the way vacancies work, they don't stay stagnant. The positions that we got vacant today is going to look very different from tomorrow or a week from now, because as we have those vacancies, we're onboarding, we're interviewing, we are going through background checks and making recommendations and drug testing, and then trying to onboard with start date. So even though we may have 99 positions, we could, like right now, we got 29 that's pending start dates and drug testing. And so those positions rotate. We don't stay stagnant. Tomorrow we may have more social work positions than income maintenance. And so we believe having about 99 positions, vacant positions, to be able to recruit from continuously, that we think we can manage with those. And as we feel confident, and we certainly hope as the commission moves forward with retention and recruitment efforts and funding to support that, the class and comp and all those things that have been talked about, we certainly hope that social services can be a priority given our crisis, to look at the kinds of things that we see that we're struggling with, recruitment, competitive salaries, sign-on bonuses, retention bonuses, those kinds of things to help us with recruitment. And so we feel pretty comfortable with what we're recommending. I'll let Deborah go over the numbers.
So what we did was, the budget staff, management, went in and we restored the 102 positions into the system. The expense side, 7.3, if we budget the whole entire expense, we have to budget the revenue. We put that into the system. Then we come over here and we reduced from the system the 27 abolished positions. So we took out of the expenses 1.8, and if we have less expense, we've got less revenue to draw down of 879. Then Brenda and I had some discussions. Ms. Jackson and I had some discussions. And so we, the 25 additional positions to be unfunded is 1.6. And then the revenue, because we're not going to get the revenue, is 770. And that's for the remaining to fund the 50 positions will be an additional 3.3 to fund balance. If we budget the whole expense I have to budget the revenue.
Okay, questions as we walk through this? Commissioner Patel, you recommend?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for working on this. So with the 3.925 that we're budgeting with the revenue included, what's, worst case scenario, if we're not able to fill any of those 50 positions, as that money sits there,
The money
It'll
would be
have-
tied up if that's what you're
Right.
wanting to know.
and then,
And if the position's not filled, the revenue is not going to be coming in off that position.
okay, and that tied up money will accrue interest?
No, well, unfunded positions, I guess, it
Technically,
rolls
yeah.
into fund balance. I don't get into the interest.
Yeah, as long as it's unfunded, we technically will earn interest on it. Once it's funded, then we start chopping off the balance. Once it's filled, I'm sorry.
I guess whatever's in our bank account each month
We'll
is,
get some
and the fund balance is what's going to accumulate on the interest.
Commissioner Tyson?
So what happens to that money at the end of the year if it's not spent?
Goes into fund balance. Goes into fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other question on this? So this is there's still the 49 that are in the budget. So what we're saying is we are funding 99 positions and we're abolishing
27 and unfunded 25.
an unfunded 25. So we'll have 99 funded positions, 25 unfunded positions, and 27 abolished.
And she feels comfortable with that.
And so the impact on the decision we have to make is
3 for fund balance.
3.3 million.
For fund balance.
Vice Chairman Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is to you, Deborah, as well as you, Manager Greer. And I appreciate the finance team as well as your team, Ms. Jackson, working together as liaison for DSS. With all of this being said and being done, what impact or effect do you think that this, in your recommendation, Manager Greer, are you comfortable with this? And Deborah, do you think we'd be at a stable? I know that Brenda's comfortable with this and I want to support it, but are you all in support of, do you feel we'd be okay overall budget now that you went back and adjusted and made changes? And then also keeping in mind, although we can't, as we stated, count the exact amount, but we do know that we will have state fundings coming in, as Brenda stated. Even though there's a small amount of number, the state will be reimbursement. So what is you all's take on this? Are you all
It's
comfortable
not
with
as
doing
much as
negotiation?
what I'm comfortable with. I mean, right now, I ran some preliminary numbers on fund balance, but I've not been in here to know what else has been used in fund balance. So, but
I didn't spend it.
you didn't spend a lot. I'm again I work for the county manager, he works for the board, and we will make it work.
I'm comfortable. We're comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
We had a good conversation, going back and forth, and we're comfortable with it.
Thank you, Manager Greer. And my apologies, I should have asked you first anyway, as you do speak for your team, just as the chairman speaks for them.
It's okay. It's been a long day.
So, Commissioners, other questions? Okay, so when I look at we're looking at one-time total expenditures from our parking lot that we've gone through.
Okay.
If we take everything that we walked through, including the things we put a pin in, Commissioner Adams, we're at $11.5 million.
Including this?
Including this.
We,
Now, that's, let let me reframe that. I'm putting a placeholder in there on the bonuses. So at the 3%.
Again, I'm going to have the list. I apologize for going and trying to work on the DSS.
No, you're.
Yeah. I'm just going to have the list, and our team is actually staying tonight because we have to have it in the system by midnight for us to be able to run the documents tomorrow. So we all know that we're staying tonight. And then I'll just have to shoot out a fund balance, or if something doesn't work, I will get up with the county manager immediately.
What number you have, what?
So, I mean, again, back to that.
I mean approximately, Chairman, I'm sorry.
11.5 million. So, and that's covering cybersecurity, what we did one time with FTCC, that's a bonus of 3%. If we go through and add in all the one time, so Connected Care, Barbershop, Uber, FSU, COG, COPE, Youth Council, and then the DSS recommendation by staff for 3.17. It puts us at $11 million one time. And then when we look at recurring, and I'm assuming you want that to be fund balance, not recurring, or we're trying to find a penny.
No,
I'm going to try to run fund balance. I'm also going to look at sales tax again. On June the 15th, we got another thing. So I'm trying to find, I'm going to push the bar as far as I can.
I understand. I just want to clarify that when we're talking about that $3.3 million, that is going to be fund balance. It's not recurring dollars.
Correct.
So we're going to be looking at that number next year.
Yes, you will.
And we're using fund balance
For
recurring dollars.
Yes, sir, you are. That is correct.
And then when we look at the recurring side, for money that we've added to the recurring side, now the one thing I haven't added up there at one time, and I guess I can move those up there, is, we've got the BOE, the positions that we moved in the code enforcement is down in recurring. And so that totals about $546,000, 546, unless we're moving that back up to one time as well. So I'm just saying, so we've added to the manager's budget on the recurring side, not taken away. And I can see the face that there's not a lot of recurring dollars to move from. So that's why I'm asking where we were pulling that number from. So that's kind of where we are, one time and recurring. Commissioner, I have to recognize.
Came without putting our budget and our county in any kind of financial jeopardy. I don't think it's here for us to say do it this way or that way. I just think if we got this part done, just let him go, and let ACM shall go.
Yeah, we run the numbers. We said we're going to use freed up capacity for some of the amounts. Just run it, go through it tonight, bring it in tomorrow, and get your blessing or your approval. But I think it will not be as much fund balance as you have. Probably be, I can't say what the amount will be, but it'll be less than that. And the number you have is currently within financial policy, about approximately $150,000. Actually, $156,000.
Vice Chairman Jones, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say again, I appreciate you all's work, and I do as well, as I'm confident that the other commissioners feel the same way. You all are going to be here as you're used to being here. You guys are the experts. I do believe that that this seems, and thank you all for even going back there to work for about an hour or two. I'm confident that what you all brought out, I entrusted you all are going to put us in jeopardy. And as you stated, Manager Greer, once you start to align and dig into things deeper in your team to moving forward, I'm confident with supporting that of the new proposal that it seems like the manager has already stated he's comfortable with. You seem to be comfortable with it as well, since you all are the ones that do the in-depth finance work, and you definitely do the in-depth work. All you social workers, appreciate you all being here today, and first responders. So what I would request or ask the board that we, in also agreements with Commissioner Adams, that we just allow you all In good faith and confidence, I know you all can do it. Support these numbers that you brought back and use that fund balance for what it's used for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, so the one thing that is not in here is, well, I guess it is in there. So the only other, we haven't made a decision on this, so we've received the information.
Right.
I don't have consensus on this right
Right.
now. But I'd like to see also, did we get final numbers on the bonus and the COLA and bonus plan?
The COLA,
So what was, where people were settling was 2.5 COLA, 2.5 bonus, or three bonus? Did we run those, did we
You
get
want
those
them on up
numbers?
there?
So we can see how that impacts.
the 2.5, the additional, he's got the additional amount.
5465.
Okay. We've got 2% in the recommended budget.
Yeah.
For an additional 0.5%, it's going to be approximately $677,300. And that's approximate until we start running it in the system tonight.
Okay, and then on the bonus side? So the spreadsheet you gave us before at a 3% bonus, and who knows if it changed. At a 3% bonus, you had told us a 3% bonus plan, given the categories, would be 3.84 million.
3.8. And when would the board be paying this bonus? Because that comes into the budget ordinance. That's the only reason why I'm asking.
Manager Greer.
Manager Greer.
I'd like to recommend that, board, that we do the bonus somewhere along the November timeframe, right around the time of, for lack of a better term, Black Friday. That's probably a good time to have the one-time bonus. By that time, we'll know where we stand for this end of this fiscal year and any issues that we may have occurred and what issues, again, that are going forward in the next fiscal year as we move forward. We have to do a lot of monitoring of the budget. Not that we don't do that now, but we don't want to hit twice at the same time. And November is really a good time to do it.
Commissioner Tyson, and I'll go to Commissioner Adams.
Mr. Manager, what would you think about us doing it twice, breaking it up over two payments?
Don't do that.
So that way, only half of it hits this tax year, and half of it would be next tax year, to help with the tax situation for our employees.
Well, I would say January, early February.
If we broke it up?
Mm-hmm.
So one in November, one in February?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in agreement with that.
I'm not.
So, I mean, but that would be my recommendation.
Black Friday sounds good, everybody can spend it at one time.
As long as they'll spend in Cumberland County.
Yeah,
The sales
absolutely.
tax.
Retail sales.
Okay. Commissioner Tyson, anything else? Commissioner Adams and Vice Chairman Jones.
And, when we were talking about this, we were talking about the tax hit on these employees in terms of, there was a whole lot of stuff, whether you space it out over the 12 months or whether you pay it at one time because of the tax thing. I think you were talking about that, Marshall. And I'm not a tax expert, but if you give it to me and it's taken away, it's not really a bonus to me. And so the thing I would look at is the best way to pay it out to these employees. We know what's going to happen with the COLA, but you still got these tax consequences, and it hits hard.
we would make sure and that we inform employees that they have the option to change their withholdings in order to maximize the amount of the bonus. And make sure we remind them of that. We can't really dictate that they change their withholdings or automatically change it for them.
I understand, and that's why I wasn't for the bonus. But, it's all about negotiation and
Anything else, Commissioner?
no.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you were saying we weren't in consensus, just so I'll be clear on it in transparency. Just going back a little here, Mr. Greer, you stated, and also you stated, Deborah, and you stated, Ms. Jackson, that, just wanted to look at these numbers again, that you all felt it would work, but just so I'll know where I'm at with the rest of our team, so I can gauge where we're at. I'm in agreement. Who all is for this plan for them to work at and who's not? Since there's not a consensus, I just want to know where we're at.
We're not talking about the DSS right now, Vice Chairman. We're talking about the bonuses.
I mean, I understand we are, but that question never got answered, so that's why I'm unclear. I didn't want to get too far without getting an understanding. It's kind of like we jumped ahead because you stated we weren't in consensus. So I just would like to know, before we get too far ahead, that never actually got answered for me. The non-consensus, since they got to work on this tonight, respectfully, I like this plan to see if they can move forward with it. I would like to know where, I guess it'd be a good place to start with you, Mr. Chairman, where my fellow colleagues are on this plan. The fund balance for the 3-point whatever, since we don't have a consensus, I want to start with Mr. Adams. Are you for this or not?
Vice Chairwoman.
I mean, we jumped ahead before I didn't really
Vice
get the question
Chairman,
to
I
this.
understand.
And
Vice
we
Chairman.
went back on other questions before.
Vice Chairman, I'm guiding the meeting, please. So we're gonna finish the discussion around COLAs and bonuses, and then we'll move back to DSS and find consensus. So let's finish the discussion. People need to digest the other information. So we've got the information on COLAs and bonuses now. Any other questions on how they would be paid out or any other things we need to look at? And we understood the 4% was still, if we settle on the 4%, it is $2.1 million.
I'm still with the 4, but,
But on the 4% COLA, if we did the additional 4% COLA, that $2.1 million is not one time.
That's recurring dollars.
That's right.
It's recurring dollars.
Recurring dollars.
And so do we have the capacity to do that, or would you want to try to move it within the balance of the one time to put it within policy? See what I'm saying? So if we got to move $2.1 million to get us under the policy in one time, then we're going to have to look at, and this is why they all kind of work together, y'all. We're going to have to look at what else we would have to move out of the one-time fund balance, because we can only use so much fund balance
That's right.
to stay within our policy.
Yes.
And so we have to make some decisions on, do we do the COLA types, or do we do where do we find the 2.1 million, or how do we move the 2. Your intent would be, it would be in one time or recurring if we did the 4% COLA.
If it's going to be a 4% COLA, it would have to be recurring.
Recurring, yeah, that would be recurring.
Okay.
And if you do a bonus, I would ask at the board's pleasure, could we bring that back after the audit has been done? Therefore, it's not included in the ordinance because I don't know what the wording, don't know what the amount is. And if we do the COLA, I've got to put the COLA in first, and that's got to run tonight. And then to start calculating the 3% bonus on top of that, that's got to run.
Hold on. Anything else? Then I'm going to go to Vice Chair, and I'll come to you, Commissioner Fairclough. Vice Chairman Jones, questions around the COLA or bonus?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I've changed my mind. I have no interest in any bonus. Let the record state we might not be in consensus because I'm looking forward to you all just the 4%. I'm not interested in any bonuses for reoccurring of the COLA, as you stated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Fairclough.
So what you're saying is if there is a bonus, it would be based on the new salary structure, not the old. Why not the old?
Because normally, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you got it.
Normally, COLAs come first, and then, and the COLA will be effective. Normally, it's 7/1, whoever is active on the payroll, but again, that's the board's discretion. And then you get the new COLA number, and then the bonus is calculated on, like, if you make 35,000, you wouldn't want the percentage on your old bonus, on your old salary, you'd want it on your new salary.
It ain't what you want, it's what you get.
Okay.
So why?
That's never been the practice here in Cumberland County.
Oh, okay, so we never done it before.
Yes.
Right. You're trying to mess stuff.
Good reason not to do something.
Well, I don't want employees, I mean, y'all be hearing from employees, not us. I don't think there's an HR issue, is there, County Manager?
If we were on a calendar year basis, we would say, okay, we're gonna do a bonus on the basis of 26 salaries paid in 27. You wouldn't do it on the basis of 27 salaries paid in 27. So all I'm saying is, because we have done it that way always, we'll continue to do it, but there's no reason to, other than we've always done it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so back on the dollar amounts, 2.5% bonus is additional 677 that we're gonna find from recurring.
Right, recurring dollars.
Okay, and then what did you say, 3.89 on a 3% bonus. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have we reconciled between the 2.5 and the 3? I didn't think we had done that yet.
I'm just, the 3 was in the notes that they'd already provided us, so I don't know. Do you have the 2.5?
After the reimbursements, it would be 2.2. Is that right? 2.3? 2.3. 2.2.
So 2.3 versus 3.89.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, these are just preliminary until we start running it through the system.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so, board, is there consensus around bonus or COLA and bonus, 2.5 and a 2.5 or 2.5 and a 3? I know I've got 2s that are no against bonuses.
I'm at 2.5, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'm okay with you. I'm okay with the 2.5 bonus or the 3 bonus.
Okay.
2.5.
Okay. All right, so that puts, if I weigh in, then to bring us to a point of 2.5, 2.5, I'm just trying to facilitate at this point. So 2.5, 2.5, then 2 questions around that is, we have to find the 677 from recurring, and then now we're adding 2.3 versus 3.8. To one time. Okay. All right, so we've got consensus around bonus and COLA, we've got consensus around community support, we're back to DSS. So we've got another staff recommendation based on, and that's a joint staff recommendation with our budget staff as well as DSS. To go 99 funded, 25 unfunded, and abolished 27 for a change of $3.318 million to the current budget. So we need to have one-time dollars of 3.38. Any discussion around that? Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just remind our board, and we do appreciate again their time, and I mean, we do have our input. We're here to no doubt represent our community, but they are the financial experts as well as the DSS. They're the experts over there. So I just wanted to reinstate again, I appreciate, I know this has been continuous back and forth, a lot of dates of you all coming up with, again, another solution. So I just want the record to state that I am in support of that. Seems like the manager stated in his team, as they do this daily. And no doubt we appreciate the 45 years experience of Brenda and your team doing what you do. So I'm in support of that of what's being presented. As the manager stated, they probably can make it work in the DSS. So I'm in support of the experts' recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other comments? Commissioner Adams?
I can support what the chairman and the departments did.
Chairman.
I mean, not the chairman's over here, but the manager and his staff and DSS staff.
So that's two.
That's the ones they do it. They do it, so they can live with it, I can live with it.
Commissioner Patel?
Just for clarification, Mr. Manager, are we going to be presented with new figures tomorrow that are?
Yes. Yes.
Are we hoping to adopt the budget tomorrow? I guess that's what I would have to know.
If we can get to a point tonight, we've got to finish this, and we've got 3 programs we have to go through.
Okay,
To make sure we know all the one-time dollars,
okay.
then I think we've covered everything unless somebody tells me we haven't. Commissioner Tyson. Oh, he said for Commissioner Tyson's 1 cent. So Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, after looking at everything, I appreciate everybody bringing the facts. I'm still in agreement with the manager's original proposed budget. The 61 abolished positions, 49 vacant funded positions, and 41 vacant unfunded, for a total of 90 vacant positions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
90 vacant.
90 vacancies total. So
Funded or unfunded?
49 vacant funded, 41 vacant unfunded.
So 61 abolished, 41 vacant unfunded, and now it's 49 vacant funded.
Yes, sir.
So that's the original manager's budget. Board, we didn't address one thing also around DSS, the retention or recruitment bonus. We're putting a lot of one-time dollars in here. That's an additional $300,000 that we haven't factored into this.
I would be in support of that too, Mr. Chairman.
Support of the 300?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the manager. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Again, like I said, a lot of numbers running around, like people texting me on my phone that are watching this. But my question is this: when it comes to, like you stated, the fund balance, that amount, just for my own reassurance, you did state that you're comfortable with it. I just want to make sure I heard correctly, just for my own self-peace of mind and people on my phone. So are you comfortable, again, because I know y'all been working on this back and forth, and you do this a lot better and longer than we do, and so do you, Deborah, and I appreciate, so does Ms. Jackson, because, of course, I'm not just saying that because I'm the liaison for DSS, but anytime I can save lives or not put in jeopardy, I appreciate we were able to get that done from the Sheriff's Department. I know we can get it done like we did for the teachers. I'm sure we can get it done at DSS too. So I want to make sure I heard correctly. Fully funded the school system last year. We got it done. It took a while. We made sure the Sheriff's Department's taken care of. They're all first responders. So I need to make sure, are you comfortable? Because I know you guys are going to be in here tonight, because we're talking about first responders and saving lives. And since the amount of child abuse is on the rise, shamefully to say, we're one of the top ones in adult abuse in Cumberland County. With that being said, and we're looking at difference of 99 jobs that she's asking for. I don't want Brenda Jackson to come back up here. She's been up here five, 6 times, and I'm all about, if it's like I said, that for the community. With that being said, Mr. Greer, are you comfortable we can make this work? Because we want to make sure these first responders are giving out the best services, just as we make sure it's been done over there. We appreciate the teachers fully funded, and we make sure, and I'm glad that the sheriff was able to work it out in his budget. I am confident in this team and these commissioners that we'll do the right thing to hopefully support this last initiative that you, the expert, stated. So I'm going to ask you again, are you comfortable with that? Based that numbers are numbers, but lives and facts, that's what all this is about, going back and forth, is even more important. And we certainly want to do diligently the services as we do for the Sheriff's Department and teachers. We want to make sure those services at DSS for these children and families are given the same respect and the same significance of priority. So that's why I'm asking you, do you think we'll be able to find a way like we have with all the other services? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right now, based on everything we've discussed, I'm comfortable with it. One of the things that we're going to have to monitor it anyway. And if there's an issue with the positions and we think that it's going to have a harmful impact on fund balance, we'll bring it back to the board. We'll provide an update and we'll say we need to halt the program. So just like I asked Director Jackson to hold off on hiring until we got this settled. The same thing would happen if I see the numbers are going the wrong way. In order to make sure that we move forward, we will make sure that we monitor and make sure everything works out the way we think it'll work out.
Vice Chairman Jones, follow up.
Thank you for the follow-up. And I appreciate that because, I'm just going to be transparent. We want to make sure that the public is clear on what is going on and their safety, and we want to make sure that they're comfortable with us representing them of who's in support of keeping them safe, and let's be honest, and who is not. So that's why I wanted to make sure that the public listening gets it straight from them so they can be comfortable. A lot of people don't trust government officials. A lot of people don't trust the county and city's doing. So I'll be the one to put the elephant in the room so that our public can be assured that we're going to make decisions that first responders and jobs are needed in place, that we get to make that decision on. And so thank you for saying that you feel assured. I appreciate Ms. Jackson saying that she does as well. So now it's just up to this board if we're going to be confident enough to support this decision. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Greer.
Commissioners, other questions on this? Assistant Manager Shaw.
I apologize, I wasn't in here for the $300,000 discussion. What was the parameters around that, if you don't mind me asking?
Parameters was retention recruitment for DSS pool, much like the pool of dollars we put together for detention center and the sheriff's office last year.
Okay, so new employees that's coming on. That's kind of how we did.
Retention and recruitment.
Okay.
So it was both. It was retention as well as, based on the caseload, what we heard from Director Jackson the day before, that there was a discussion around creating a retention and bonus pool that Director Jackson could craft a policy around that like the sheriff did.
Up to $300,000.
Up to $300,000. But again, it was discussed.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson just told me it's going to take some time for her to put that together.
Do it through HR.
It's fine. We don't need the details. I just need to, at this point, we're just marking budget and this additional one-time dollars that we're going to have to find. All right, board, other questions or comments on this? Yes, sir. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I gotta say, I want to be a little cautious here because the increase from the manager's recommended budget is fairly large. Without having the final numbers, it's hard to give much more input at this point.
Anything else, Commissioner Patel? All right. so we've got two scenarios on the table, the manager's existing budget, and then the 27, 75, and 45 scenario that's been presented tonight. Do we have consensus on either one? Do we have consensus on the existing budget? Do we have consensus on the new budget? All right, we don't have consensus on either one. All right, so let's look at this.
One question.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm confused because the new budget, I thought that was the whole purpose of going back and getting all this, is that we wanted him to try to come up with something else. I guess I'm confused. Is that not correct? I thought that was the whole purpose of why we had Brenda and the experts going back and forth, because we wanted to see if there was a better way. Maybe I am confused. I mean, if we keep talking about the first budget, but I thought that was the whole purpose of why you all went in the back and met and tried to come up with this new plan to hopefully, I guess, be quite frank, see if people be comfortable with the fund balance. But it looks like, I guess, the chairman and Commissioner Patel and also Mr. Tyson are at the same stance, because prior, I guess, myself and Glenn, but now Marshall, I appreciate Commissioner Marshall is looking at this one. I guess that's why I was confused. We weren't in consensus with the first one, but we're still, I guess, talking about the first one. So I guess, yeah, you're right, we're just 3 and 3 then.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Anything else on that? Again, I just, what gives me pause as we look at this is, and again, back of the napkin math, but this is the way I have to look at it. From the manager's recommended budget, we're adding $10 million of one-time money, and we're adding another 1.2 to recurring. So we're increasing by $10 million in one-time money. So
But you say it's going to change after tomorrow. I just want to make sure I'm not confused by, I respect what
You're
you're
recognized,
saying.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to be confused because, I mean, respectfully, we do know a lot, but you all are the experts. And I hate to have people going back and forth, and either we're going to trust the experts or we're not. That's just my opinion. But that's where I guess I'm getting confused, because the manager and your team recommended one thing, then you went back and talked to her, and you all recommended another one. So, and then it's my understanding, he just said, unless I'm hearing him incorrect, once you, the experts, not us, we're smart people, but we're not the experts, you all are. I was told that when you all run the numbers, from what he was stating, it's probably going to come back a little different. So I'm trying to entrust that. I can't make anybody else entrust that. I don't do finances. My degrees are not in that. I don't think anybody else up here has as much experience in finances as you all do. I mean, it's okay, we don't want to trust what you all do, but I'm going to trust it. But that's why it's confusing me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I do, we entrusted the management and the manager and the staff to move forward with a budget. They're the experts. They presented a budget based on our initial guidance. Now we've had some additional information. Again, $9.9 million above the recommended budget, plus another $1 million of recurring. The experts told us this was a recommended budget if you don't want to use fund balance and you want to hold the tax rate. So again, this is not an argument. I want to paint where we are at this time.
You mean if we don't use fund balance?
Madam Vice Chair, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, but that's why I'm confused, because you're right, we're not in consensus. You meant, some of us didn't want to use fund balance. That's why I'm getting confused. I don't want to confuse the public, but some of us do want to use fund balance, which is why I thought we were going to go back to the drawing board. So maybe that's what the confusion is.
No, ma'am, you're not confused, Vice Chairwoman. So that was the direction we gave, knowing that the board has the capacity to use fund balance. What I'm saying is we have used we've used $10 million of fund balance on top of another 1.2 of recurring on top of what was recommended to us. Even if you say we want to use fund balance, we still went $1.2 million above. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that what we're looking at. We don't have consensus right now on the DSS. I just want to go back and we had pins in In that 9.8, we had pins in a couple of the programs, we had pins in the barber shops, we had pins in the connected care, and I think that was it. We factored those into this dollar amount, and then I think the only other thing, just for my confirmation on the school capital, there was consensus to stay at 460, not the 610. I think that's correct, is what I heard. Okay. All right. So the only thing we have to figure out is the DSS side. So why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back and see if we can get final resolution. We're staying at recess for 10 minutes. All right, board, we'll go ahead and come out of recess. And want to see if we have consensus around a few items. So we'll go ahead and start on, we'll take them individually and we'll walk through consensus, and that should close it out. We've got about 3 to 4 items to walk through. So we'll do that. So on the COLA, we have, county manager, correct me if I'm wrong, we have a 2.5 and a 2.5, so 2.5 bonus for the 677K addition, plus a 2.5 bonus for, that adds 2.3 million one time.
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would be in support of increasing the bonus from 2.5% to 3% for the COLA.
Okay, so the discussion on, well, okay, so we're still at a blended rate because we had a majority to look at a blended rate, consensus to look at a blended rate. So at 3%, that's going to be 3.89 million, is that correct, based on the previous?
What was the COLA on
3.84. 3% COLA, 2.5%. I'm sorry, COLA 2.5%, COLA bonus 3%.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I like that.
All right. Do we have consensus around that? Is there anybody that doesn't agree with that? Is there anybody that doesn't agree with that?
I mean, I don't agree with it, but, I mean, yeah, I'm not for that.
All right. All right. Then let's look at, so we've got consensus around a 2.5 COLA and 3%, God, I keep saying it backwards, 2.5% bonus and 3%,
No.
God, I keep saying it backwards,
Yeah,
it's too
right.
late. 2.5% COLA and a 3% bonus.
Yes, sir.
All right. Consensus? All right. We'll have that. We've got 2 other programs to, let's look at the DSS. So we have a recommendation back, staff, any additional updates on what was presented to us?
No.
Okay.
We can figure it
No,
out.
it's fine, just make sure, no adjustments in what we talked about. So that was the 99 funded, 25 unfunded, and 27 abolished, for a difference of 3.318 million. All right. Is there any other options to be discussed?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tyson, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like for us to discuss a modification between the 2 proposed from the manager's recommended original versus what was presented. I'd like us to discuss the potential of 50 abolished positions, 65 vacant funded positions total, including the 49 that are budgeted, and then 32 vacant unfunded positions, Mr. Chairman.
County manager, does that total up correctly, or Assistant Manager Shaw? 50 abolished, 65 vacant funded total, and 32 vacant unfunded. Is that correct?
Comes to 147.
Is that the right total?
I'll tell you, 49. Need 4 more positions.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, because we, right now, based on the number, is 151.
151.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
so we
was
got to get
six-
to a total of 151, Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you.
69?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I took
67.
the 4 vacant
Right.
positions, I didn't account for those.
Okay.
So,
So what would the numbers be?
it would be 50 abolished, 65 vacant funded, and then
36.
36 vacant unfunded.
36
Can you put those on the vacant fund, those 4?
vacant funded, 36? I think that's what he
You put it
said.
on the unfunded, put it on the funded.
So you want to go to 69
Yeah.
on the vacant funded? Okay, I can do that.
Oh, 69 vacant funded, 32
32
vacant.
vacant unfunded.
And 50 abolished. So 32 vacant unfunded, 69 vacant funded, and 50 abolished. All right. Any other discussion around that?
The 69 vacant includes the 49 we've already got in the budget, correct?
Correct.
I just want to verify with my staff.
We're just talking total numbers now.
Numbers, okay.
However the
Okay.
positions get moved, that's,
Okay, just because my
to
staff.
Commissioner Fairclough's point earlier, now we're just
Okay.
talking numbers,
Okay.
which slots are which. All right, any other discussion around that? Do we have consensus around that? Is there anybody that wouldn't support that? Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not support that. I want just the record to state that the only thing that I can be in support of at this time, just let the record state, I want to make sure that Andrea, only thing that I can support for valid reasons of which I think have been presented, I can only support abolish 27, unfund 25. Funded of that, of which it says 50 plus 49, which is 99 to be by DSS to recruit, which is up on the board. I cannot at this time in good faith conscious for the safety of my community, let the record state, I have to stay in alignment with, as the director has stated, she has 45 years experience, the board serving on the social service board, that is also what they stand behind, that is what the workers at DSS stand behind, and that of the experts have stated that they can make that work. Let the record state that I'm in alignment with what Director Jackson has recommended from her years of experience, what the Board of Social Service from their years of experience, and let the record state that the town county manager himself and staff said they feel they can make that work. So I have no other, I can't in good faith, because I have to be an advocate for children and safety and all responders. I can't do anything other than they went back and forth. Let the record state that's the only thing that I can support is that of this, what's on the board. I can't put lives in jeopardy, nor will I. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Based on those numbers, you can't tell us what that difference in
You can give us about 10.
it's fine.
Okay.
We've got positions. I'm just
Okay.
curious to see where it moved the fund, because that's still going to come out of fund balance.
Right.
Okay.
It's just that we work with DSS and they help find the
Understand.
positions because it's different
Yeah, I understand.
reimbursement amounts.
We'll just have to see where it is.
Okay.
We'll find out with the positions. Commissioners, anybody else have any other comments or discussions on that? Is there consensus around that? We've got one no. Is there anybody else? We got consensus? All right, I see heads nod. So we'll go ahead and move forward with that. So next, I want to revisit the school capital, new construction, 610 versus the 460. Again, just to make a point, and I'd ask us to revisit this for a couple of reasons. One, the board laid out their plan to us, and we'll be making they'll have to go back and identify any changes in the plan that they've laid out to us, which is fine, and they can do that. I would just like to see us support the construction of schools in our community that we need to have a strong community. We've got our financial advisors have told us we have the capacity, and this is the type of investment we need to make. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would support the 610 model. we're really putting it in there for planning purposes so that we can plan this. We'll still have opportunity to have some discussion with the school board as we move through this, and as their plans adapt and change, we can still modify that. We're not going out for debt today. We've already seen it's going to be over a 10-year period, so, you know, I would support that, and we can move through that plan with them. But I think it gives us a good stake in the ground for them to shoot for, because we know they've got a lot of other aging facilities that are going to need replacement over and above just what they have in this current plan. So I think earmarking this money gives them a goal to shoot for and allows us to continue to work in partnership with them to meet their needs. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, who's going to comment?
Yes, Chairman, I'll be in support of the 610 as long as staff can, when available, can put the placeholder for the county's facilities.
Anybody, any other comments on this? Questions?
I'm at 460, Mr. Chairman, and I've always made that clear.
Yes, sir.
I thought we had some discussion, but I see, but that's right.
And operationally, just to point out, so we did, to Commissioner Adams' point earlier, about the operational dollars and the staff side, our staffs have continued to have conversations, and we've shown that we're at that 105 mark, which is what was recommended in the manager's budget. Vice Chairman Jones.
I'm at 460. I cannot support 610.
Do we have consensus around 610 or no? I got 2 no's. Do we have consensus or no?
I'm at 460, but I want to go home. It's not, you know, it's not a distinction with much of a difference, but, you know, we've held all along to the fact that we don't want to throw that out there and let it be the figure and then have to come back and change it. I would rather, well, you know, it be added later.
The other thought is that we're using it as a planning figure to commit that we are committed to new construction at a level that needs to be done based on the recommendation from the board, from the school board on the construction.
Well, I don't think anybody's, I'll go with 610. I don't think it'll kill anybody.
So we've got consensus around, again, planning tool, we got consensus around 610. On that buttons up that. We've got 2 programs that still have to be unpinned. We've got the barber shops at 187. We've got connected care at 1.4 or at the new staff recommendation at 736. Anything around these 2? So we go ahead, is there consensus? Go ahead and move either one of these forward or both of these? Commissioner Adams, you got any recommendation? You want both of them?
But I want it, yeah.
At 1.4?
Yeah, all of them, yeah.
I'm okay with barbershop.
Commissioner, Vice Chairman Jones, your recommendation.
I want us to include in the Ubers is only 60.
It's on there.
Okay, yeah,
Yes,
I just want to make
It's on
sure,
there.
because I know we're cutting a lot of things.
No, ma'am.
Surely we can take care of
It's
the
in.
women's health care.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much. Can't take care of much else.
Anything around Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would support both the barbershop and connected care program, especially if we're going to do it as Commissioner Adams had suggested, one-time funding this year. I would be supportive of those 2 programs, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Patel, anything to add?
Just wanted to confirm if those programs were one-time funded.
That was, on what we talked about earlier, all those were one-time funded.
Yes.
And that's how they're funded now. They're funded out of ARPA, so we'll have to fund them one time. They're not recurring. Come back next year and look at which programs work and include them in, if we want to find ways to include them in. So my understanding is it'd be one time. Commissioner Adams, you comfortable with one time funding? All right. So barbershops, 187, connected care at 1.4 million. We good on consensus on both of those? I'm good, Mr. Chair. All right, Vice Chairman Jones.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure, I don't think I asked this question, we're going kind of fast, it's getting late. DSS, are we still getting the $300,000 for the retention and recruitment, or are we not? I know we were going to discuss that, but I don't remember y'all bringing that back. I just want to get that clear since seems they moved on. Are they still going to get that?
Vice Chairman, I hadn't finished yet, but that was the next topic.
Oh, okay, because I thought we were going to do DSS all at one time.
We did, but we wanted to settle the DSS personnel. I'm taking them, blocking and tackling them one at a time, Vice Chairman. Anything else? If we good on connected care and barbershops?
Yeah.
All right, 1.4 on connected care and 187, 351 on barbershops. Retention and recruitment, we did talk about it earlier, wouldn't be done immediately. Discussion around the $300K for that one time, like we did with previous in other offices and departments.
I'm good with that, Mr. Chairman.
I'm good. All right, we've got consensus around the 300 for retention and recruitment. The department will, or DSS will create the program, we'll just allocate the dollars. I believe that covers everything. County manager, is there anything outstanding we need to look at? According to my list, we've covered everything that we needed to cover.
Yes, we've covered everything.
All right. Board, anything else we want to cover? All right, so tomorrow at 1 p.m., we will have, is that going to give you the time you need to? Okay.
Team? Yes.
All right, 1 p.m. tomorrow, we'll come in with a budget ordinance for approval based on the items that we've gone through. Just be prepared in the morning, board. If there's any questions or anything we need to clarify, please check your emails in the morning to make sure we don't need any clarifications on anything. But the intent is to come tomorrow at 1 and approve the budget ordinance. Any questions on that? All right, board, I know it was a long process. Tonight was the longest meeting, but I appreciate everybody's work and appreciate everybody's willingness to work together to find. It is above where the manager was, but we appreciate the staff's work based on the guidance that we provided, and now it allowed the board to bring some flexibility to the budget. So, hearing any other comments, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Vice Chairman Jones.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. We've got a motion to adjourn. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand. And we're adjourned.